Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Became Ulquiorra Cifer? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A young boy of 8 raced desperately through the dark streets of Konoha. The only sounds around him were his heavy breaths and quick footsteps. He covered a severe wound on his left arm with his right hand, which was covered in blood. He bore injuries all over his body, not just on his arm. Deep cuts marred his abdomen, remnants of glass, blades, and kunai. The boy, named Naruto Uzumaki, had fallen victim to a surge of hatred from those he once considered trustworthy. Naruto found a corner in a dark alley between 2 houses and sat down. Frustration bubbled within him as he muttered curses under his breath, tears streaming down his face, a mix of sadness and anger. He couldn't believe that the old man had betrayed him, along with Irika-sensei. His words reflected his fury, melancholy, and disappointment. Wiping his tears with his left hand, he lifted his blood-stained shirt to see that the bleeding showed no signs of stopping. With nothing else to do, he lowered his shirt and gazed up at the dark sky, pondering his fate. He questioned why everyone looked at him with such eyes, wondering what he had done wrong. His voice grew slower, and his vision began to fade. Naruto opened his eyes, only to find a humanoid figure of light seated in a floating chair amidst complete darkness. The voice that spoke to him was devoid of emotion, and the silhouette offered no glimpse of its expression. It addressed him, saying it was interested in him and felt pity. The entity wanted to see how his life would unfold if it changed his reality and transformed him. Naruto was unable to utter a word. His mind raced with questions. Was he dead? Where was he? Was this heaven? Who was speaking to him? Before he could gather his thoughts, a crack opened beneath him, and he fell into it. 275 years later, Ulquiorra Cifer, the 4th Espada of the Arrancars, faced imminent defeat at the hands of Ichigo. Very few knew anything about him, and those who were obligated to be near him understood that deep down, he harbored a hatred for humans. Yet no one knew why, not even Aizen. Though he did not show it, Ulquiorra had emotions. Over time, he had grown accustomed to suppressing them. No one was aware of his past life except him. No one knew that the formidable Ulquiorra Cifer was once an 8-year-old boy betrayed by those he trusted, for reasons he could not comprehend. In his final moments, no one could decipher Ulquiorra's thoughts. As he began to fade away, he looked at Ichigo and beckoned him closer with a neutral voice, devoid of hostility. Injured and on the brink of vanishing, Ichigo complied with his last request. Ulquiorra stated that he had never mentioned Ichigo's name but wished to leave a part of himself in this world. He urged Ichigo to remember the name Naruto Uzumaki before disappearing completely. Ichigo was left bewildered, wondering who Naruto was. Ready at last to rest, Ulquiorra found himself in a familiar place, though his memories were unclear. Upon seeing the glowing white silhouette, a flood of memories washed over him. Ulquiorra's eyes widened in shock. He remembered his past life, and the place reminded him of that fateful night when Naruto Uzumaki had died. This time, the silhouette was not alone. It was accompanied by a tall, elderly man with gray skin and hair. He questioned why he was there again, his voice as indifferent as ever as he regarded the silhouette. The figure remained silent, but the old man beside it responded, welcoming Ulquiorra Cifer, or rather, suggesting he should be called Naruto Uzumaki. Ulquiorra turned to the old man, surprised that someone other than himself and the white silhouette knew of his former identity. He asked how the old man knew that. The old man introduced himself as Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the sage of the 6 paths, explaining that he was the creator of modern ninjutsu and a sort of omnipotent entity in the ninja continent. After a brief pause, Hagoromo continued, shifting to a serious tone. He explained that the current state of the shinobi world was a complete disaster. Following Naruto's death, the Kyuubi also perished, weakening the village. This was unexpected for the Hokage, who had not wished for Naruto's demise but only intended to provoke him to unleash the Kyuubi. They considered Naruto useless and too weak to serve as a weapon in the future, opting instead to attempt to use the Kyuubi directly. However, in conversations Hagoromo had with the QB, it had grown tired of the beatings Naruto endured and simply wanted to let him go to a better place. Hagoromo spoke, prompting Ulquiorra to respond after listening intently. He expressed his confusion about the relevance of the past to his current self, Ulquiorra Cifer. He had always wanted to understand why he had been betrayed, but he felt that calling him there was unnecessary. Hagoromo acknowledged Ulquiorra's sentiments and gestured that he was about to answer. He explained that after the death of the QB, the village had weakened significantly and entered into a war with the hidden village in the clouds. This conflict lasted only a year and ended with a permanent peace treaty. However, other villages had also participated in the war due to various alliances with the Leaf and Cloud, suffering losses in resources, personnel, and ninjas. Therefore, the likelihood of another war breaking out was alarmingly high. Hagoromo focused on these last words and expressed his deep desire to ask Ulquiorra for a tremendous favor, to save the ninja world, by any means necessary. His tone was less serious now, more calm. Ulquiorra, however, firmly refused, stating that the world could burn in the worst flames of the underworld, and he would not care to save it. He viewed everyone there as worthless and undeserving of salvation. Ulquiorra turned away, taking a few steps back, realizing that if he moved further from the two, he would fall into the absolute darkness of the underworld. Hagoromo, feeling a sense of urgency, called out to Naruto, expressing his concern for the ninja world. Ulquiorra paused and turned his head toward Hagoromo, who reiterated his plea to save the world, emphasizing that he did not expect kindness, only that Ulquiorra should find a way to save it, even if it meant using violence. He promised that he would ensure Ulquiorra's eternal rest when the time came. Hagoromo knelt down, an image that would astonish any shinobi, as the father of ninjutsu bowed before someone. This display of humility piqued Ulquiorra's interest. He did not wish to be tormented by the flames of hell for eternity, only to remain distant from everything for the rest of his existence. He expressed interest in the notion of eternal rest and urged Hagoromo to continue. Hagoromo assured him that he would guarantee a peaceful and solitary rest once his mission was complete. Ulquiorra inquired about what exactly he was being asked to do. Hagoromo explained that he needed Ulquiorra to eliminate any reason for war, whether diplomatic or personal. He acknowledged that resolving violence with more violence was not ideal, but he had lost all hope for that world. Ulquiorra would have the opportunity to fulfill any objective or address any questions he had about that world and investigate on his own. The scene shifted to focus closely on Ulquiorra as the theme of his transformation began to play. He accepted the task, agreeing to fulfill Hagoromo's wishes if it meant he would receive the promised rest. The white silhouette, which had been observing everything, let out a small laugh, the first sign of emotion Ulquiorra had ever witnessed from it. The silhouette confirmed the deal and snapped its fingers, causing a crack similar to the one that had led Naruto to the Hollow World to appear before Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra was informed that his final mission would be to save the ninja world, and he would be given a new name, Naruto Cifer. Hagoromo stood up as Ulquiorra stepped through the crack. In the ninja continent, in the land of fire, Konoha, at the Hokage's office, Sarutobi, Tsunade, and Jiraiya were present. The Sannin were in the village as the Chunin exams were approaching. Their conversation was proceeding normally until they felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping the area. The ground trembled, and reality seemed to distort in small points, as if a crack were about to open. The pressure was so intense that it made it difficult for them to breathe. The Anbu hidden in the office collapsed, unable to move. The powerful energy was felt throughout the village, causing many civilians to faint, along with numerous Chunin and Genin. The youngest children and those with little chakra were the most affected. Meanwhile, Naruto, who now possessed the appearance and powers of Ulquiorra, floated high above, right in the center of all 5 great villages, at the heart of the ninja continent. He reflected on the energy he felt, which brought back many memories as he looked in all directions, recalling how different chakra was from Ryuryoku. After a few minutes of the tremor that seemed to shake the entire village, Sarutobi quickly assembled a team of elite Anbu who were in good condition and sent them toward the source of the energy. Little was known about what they had felt. It wasn't even chakra, and they couldn't pinpoint the exact location. They only knew that the strongest sensation came from the northwest of the village, towards the center of the continent, leading them to deduce that the energy originated from that area. Sarutobi prepared 2 squads of 10 elite Anbu each. Each of these Anbu was extremely strong, instilling confidence that they would return safely. Meanwhile, Naruto Ulquiorra floated in the air, wearing his typical indifferent expression. He thought to himself that he didn't remember chakra being so complicated. He would need to test how much Ryatsu his attacks could produce to determine if he could use them in a fight without alerting anyone. As he began to descend slowly to the ground, Ulquiorra still struggled to adapt to being surrounded by chakra, feeling somewhat restricted. However, he knew that a few strikes or kicks would quickly remedy that. Upon landing, Ulquiorra looked around and struck a tree. All the trees in a straight line of 10 meters were completely destroyed. He was surprised by how heavy his body felt. He quickly concluded that, in addition to the significant difference in energy, being in a living world was quite different from being in Hueco Mundo. His body had become accustomed to being completely released, and although he could use all his power, it could cause severe damage to the area. Moreover, his body had not fully recovered from the fight against Ichigo, as only about an hour had passed since their battle. Despite feeling somewhat healed, he still experienced a bit of pain when moving his left arm and leg, the areas where Ichigo had struck him with the most force. After a few minutes of striking trees and moving his arm, Ulquiorra sensed several chakras approaching. It seemed that his ability to detect Ryatsu had blended with chakra, giving him a significant advantage in his battles. Meanwhile, one of the Konoha squads was swiftly moving through the trees when they spotted another group of ninjas who were not from Konoha. They immediately went on guard, and the other group noticed them as well. One of the Konoha ninjas recognized the vest of the Sand Village and expressed confusion about their presence in the Land of Fire. Another ninja suggested that they did not seem hostile and decided to inform their leader to alert the second group in case reinforcements were needed. After a few seconds, the group of Sand Shinobi, who were also Anbu, stood in front of the Konoha squad, all with kunai in hand, ready for a confrontation. One of the Sand Shinobi called out, asserting that they came in peace and did not wish to fight, stating they had a specific objective. A Konoha Shinobi responded, reminding them that they were in the Land of Fire without permission and needed to leave immediately. Another Konoha ninja requested information about their presence. The Sand Shinobi hesitated for a moment, weighing their options. They were in enemy territory, and all had kunai drawn. If they did not share their purpose, it could lead to conflict. Finally, one of the Sand Shinobi explained that they had felt a great energy coming from this area and had been sent to investigate. This revelation surprised the Konoha ninjas. The leader of the Konoha Shinobi ordered everyone to lower their weapons, and they approached the Sand Ninobi, who also lowered their weapons. As both groups stood face to face, they began to converse. One Konoha ninja asked if the Sand Ninobi had also felt the energy, to which a Sand Shinobi confirmed that they had. Both groups were astonished, realizing that the monstrous and malevolent energy had not only been felt in one village but had spread to various parts of the continent. Just as they were about to continue their discussion, a loud explosion echoed from a nearby location. Both groups decided to call a temporary truce and rushed to the source of the sound, where they found Ulquiorra, who appeared to have unleashed an attack. Upon arrival, the ninjas saw a massive area of scorched earth and trees in a wide, straight line. They spotted a short, slender boy with completely white skin, a black upper lip, and dark green eyes devoid of shine, giving him an inhuman appearance. 2 green lines resembling tears flowed from his eyes down his face. He wore an open jacket at the neck, revealing a visible hole, along with white hakama and a black sash and footwear. 2 long tails emerged from his jacket, resembling those of a tailcoat. The ninjas from both groups were taken aback. What they saw did not seem human. The boy appeared to wear a type of white helmet with a horn on the upper left side of his head. Ulquiorra looked up at the ninjas perched on the tree branches, who were momentarily stunned. All wore Anbu masks and held kunai, while some wielded swords and others had nothing in hand. He asked what they were doing there, casually placing both hands in the pockets of his Arankar uniform, maintaining his typical voice and expression. One of the Anbu, feeling a mix of fear and professionalism, asked if he was responsible for the destruction. Ulquiorra, noticing the Konoha and sand vests, quickly lost interest in the ninjas but realized he couldn't continue his warm-up with them around. Perhaps they could serve as a means to further his training. The Anbu, who appeared to be the captain, stated that the only way to contribute to the fight was to inform the Hokage and let the village and other villages know about the situation. They assured him that they would ensure his escape, urging him to leave for the sake of the village and themselves. After a moment of reflection, the Anbu known as Octopus responded with a disappointed tone, acknowledging the order before departing. Only 4 Anbu remained, and upon hearing their conversation, Ulquiorra sheathed his sword and adjusted his uniform, concealing the wound at his neck. He questioned the notion of fighting for the village and for them. With his typical expression, he swiftly eliminated one of the Anbu, appearing behind him and striking with lethal precision. The remaining 3 Anbu jumped into action, but their priority was to ensure Octopus reached the village, so they tried to focus on that rather than the shocking event. Ulquiorra expressed his disdain, questioning whether they deserved salvation. He remarked on their inflated sense of pride, believing they were doing good. As he wiped the blood from his hand, he began to walk slowly toward the remaining 3 Anbu. He dismissed the idea of the village they spoke of, referring to it as a collection of useless demons who cared only for themselves. Just as he approached, one of the Anbu surprised him with a jutsu, trapping him in a prison of earth. Ulquiorra surveyed his surroundings with his usual calm demeanor, acknowledging the earth element used against him. The 3 Anbu stood on high alert, waiting for him to escape. One Anbu quietly instructed the others to maintain their chakra balance throughout the prison, while another prepared to unleash a fireball if Ulquiorra managed to break free. However, a sudden pressure emanating from within the prison caused them to faint. The jutsu shattered, and Ulquiorra emerged, swiftly dispatching the fallen Anbu. He reflected on the time wasted and noted that if he had been in better condition, he would have evaded the attack. He sensed the chakra of the remaining Anbu was concealed, making it difficult to track. Floating in the air, he considered the slow speed of the others and realized he hadn't made much progress during his confinement. Raising his hand, he pointed toward the forest in the direction the Anbu had fled. With a calm demeanor, he unleashed a powerful attack that obliterated everything in a 10-kilometer stretch, leaving nothing in its wake. Satisfied, he lowered his arm and closed his eyes, contemplating his next move. He needed to eliminate any reason for war, but he lacked information. Based on what Hagoromo Otsutsuki had told him, 3 or 4 years had passed, yet he had never investigated the ninja system of this world, as he was too young when he was killed. Still suspended in the air with his eyes closed, he turned toward Konoha. To determine if they were planning a war, he needed to gather information from within. He assumed Konoha was the primary target due to its power, but the thought of returning to that place filled him with irritation. He would have to interact with humans daily and possibly face that old man again. However, he recalled the infinite rest promised by Hagoromo, and despite his reluctance, he decided to head toward the village. In less than 15 seconds, he covered 80 kilometers and appeared in front of the village gates. The place stirred memories within him, as he had never left the village but often lingered near the gates, enjoying the solitude and the view of the outside world. Naruto approached the reception at the gates and noticed 2 Chunin sleeping peacefully. Ulquiorra remained silent, observing the humans. He didn't want to speak but also wished to avoid causing trouble if they realized someone had entered the village without permission. The Chunin sensed a presence and quickly awoke, slightly embarrassed but ready to perform their duties. One Chunin groggily lifted his head from the table, grabbed a paper and pencil, and handed it to Ulquiorra, who regarded the scene with his typical expression. The Chunin welcomed him to the Leaf Village and requested him to sign his name. Ulquiorra wrote Ulquiorra Cifer, as he certainly wouldn't write Naruto Cifer. The other Chunin inquired about his reasons for visiting the village. Ulquiorra calmly stated his intention to enlist in the list of ninjas. The Chunin, yawning, asked if he had accommodation or if he had lived in the village before. Ulquiorra confirmed that he had no accommodation and had lived there previously. The Chunin then concluded that he wouldn't need a guide to reach the office and granted him permission to enter, wishing him a good day. Ulquiorra left without responding. One of the Chunin whispered that they needed to keep an eye on the boy, as he gave them chills. The other Chunin agreed, having felt the same unease. Meanwhile, Naruto wandered through the village, haunted by mostly painful memories, save for a few. His time in the village was marked by mistreatment, exclusion, and violence. He had few people he trusted, and most had betrayed him. Naruto found himself in the alley where he had died, only to discover a sign at the corner. As he approached, memories of that night flooded back severely injured. He had looked up at the sky with tears in his eyes, questioning what he had done wrong. The naive child had no idea that this village was filled with demons. As he neared, he read the sign. In this place, the death of Naruto Uzumaki is commemorated every 2 years. The demon that destroyed the village and defeated the 4th Hokage. Ulquiorra, upon finishing this thought, could not help but feel disgust and disdain for the entire village, though his expression remained as indifferent as ever. Naruto was now heading toward the Hokage's office. He stood in front of the door for a moment, contemplating everything that would shape his life from this point forward. He opened the door and found himself face to face with the old man he had come to care for deeply, only to later harbor feelings of resentment. There stood Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage. The fanfiction belongs to the author, but all credits go to Tite Kubo and Masashi Kishimoto for the creation of the characters. The 50 Anbu members watched Naruto with serious expressions hidden behind their masks, until one of them pointed toward the bodies of the previously defeated Anbu. Some were in shock for several seconds, while most felt a mix of fear and determination. If that boy had taken down 10 elite Anbu from the Leaf Village by himself, and the Sand Group was about to flee, the situation was dire. The worst part was that each Anbu group came from different villages, making communication and teamwork nearly impossible. Adrenaline coursed through the veins of every Anbu present, and the tension in their muscles caused some to tremble slightly. Their breathing quickened, and the thoughts racing through their minds, except for Ulquiorra, revealed their fear. One Anbu from the Cloud Village urged his comrades to rally, insisting that a single boy could not defeat them. He charged at Ulquiorra, prompting the others to follow suit. The battle began, with Ulquiorra unsheathing his Zanpakuto, preparing for the increased number of opponents. The Anbu dispersed around him, weapons drawn. Ulquiorra's cold and threatening gaze as he remained still only heightened the Anbu's fear. They launched a deadly barrage of kunai and shuriken at him. Ulquiorra calmly placed his left hand in his pocket and began to dodge each projectile with remarkable speed and agility, evading the onslaught with ease and skill. An Anbu appeared behind Ulquiorra, attempting to strike with his sword. However, without even glancing back, Ulquiorra blocked the attack with a swift movement of his own sword, surprising the Anbu who had thought he would succeed. With a quick slice, Ulquiorra incapacitated the Anbu, and a backward kick sent him flying. Deciding to counterattack, Ulquiorra used Sonido, reappearing behind the trees where the Sand Anbu were gathered. The last thing those shinobi heard was the word, Siro, before being engulfed in a green energy that completely erased them from existence. Ulquiorra continued to utilize his Sonido, moving faster than any ninja could perceive. He appeared behind the remaining ninjas, swiftly taking them down one by one. The Anbu fell rapidly. Those who had not yet been defeated were unable to comprehend what was happening. It seemed as if the boy was teleporting behind them, leaving them frozen in place until their time came. At this point, only 5 Anbu from the Leaf remained, seemingly the strongest among them. One of them urged another to flee and informed the Hokage of the situation, sword in hand. The second Anbu protested, insisting he could not abandon his comrades to face the monster alone. The third Anbu, frustrated, exclaimed that their presence would make no difference against such an inhuman foe. The story concluded here. Ulquiorra observed the elderly man for a moment, maintaining his typical expression without uttering a word. Sarutobi felt a bit confused by the prolonged gaze but greeted Ulquiorra with a friendly tone, welcoming him to the Hokage office and inquiring how he could assist. With his hands in his pockets, Ulquiorra calmly stated his desire to enlist in the village's ninja forces. Despite harboring immense inner anger, he presented an indifferent and calm exterior. Sarutobi responded, acknowledging Ulquiorra's request and explaining that he would undergo a series of tests to determine his abilities. For some reason, the boy seemed familiar to him, although he couldn't recall ever having seen him before. Sarutobi handed Ulquiorra a form, which he filled out with false information, and then directed him to a training area where a jounin named Kakashi Hatake awaited. The walk to the training field was silent. Ulquiorra was disinterested in being around others, and Kakashi was not particularly talkative either. Upon arriving at the training ground, Ulquiorra noticed numerous targets and straw dummies. Kakashi explained the training process. If Ulquiorra passed easily, he would be assigned to a team. If he achieved an average score, he would spend 6 months in the academy before graduating, and if he failed, he would need to retake the exam and pass a written test. Kakashi offered what could be interpreted as a smile above his mask, to which Ulquiorra simply nodded. After a few moments of preparing the field, Ulquiorra received 10 kunai and 10 shuriken. The test commenced, and Ulquiorra prepared to throw them. He reflected on his past, recalling that he had never used such tools when he was known as Naruto, but found this task far too easy. Confidently, he launched the kunai and shuriken with precision, scoring a perfect 10 out of 10 in the throwing test. A jounin who had come to evaluate noted this in a notebook, and they proceeded to the taijutsu section. Not wanting to attract too much attention, Ulquiorra executed some moderately fast and weak movements against the straw dummies, earning an 8 out of 10 in taijutsu. They quickly moved on to ninjutsu, where, unsure of his chakra nature, Ulquiorra used a weak bullet technique that struck a wall, causing it to crack. Despite its weakness, the fact that a genin's technique could crack a stone wall was impressive enough to score another 10 out of. After completing the practical exams, Ulquiorra took a written test, finishing it in 10 minutes with another perfect score. After 20 minutes, he received a ninja headband and was redirected to the Ninja Academy, where students were being assigned to teams that day. As he approached, he wore the headband slightly below his shoulder, reminiscent of Shikamaru. He thought to himself that he disliked wearing the headband, feeling it made him appear too human. As Ulquiorra arrived at the academy, he searched for the classroom he had been instructed to attend. Standing in front of the door, he paused for a moment before opening it. He reminded himself to control his demeanor and not draw too much attention. Once inside, the entire class turned to look at him. Most students merely stared, but a few were genuinely intrigued. A boy with brown hair, named Niji Hyuga, wondered how someone with such low chakra could have graduated. Meanwhile, Sasuke Uchiha, a boy with jet black hair who had been inattentive, quickly focused on Ulquiorra, feeling uneasy about his presence. Some girls in the class instantly developed crushes on Ulquiorra, who internally felt nothing but disdain for being in that classroom. The teacher, Irika, addressed Ulquiorra, asking if he was a new student. Ulquiorra remained silent for a few seconds, feeling a familiar anger at seeing Irika, who had been closer to the former Naruto than Sarutobi and had ultimately betrayed him. Stepping forward, Ulquiorra calmly introduced himself as a new genin sent from the Hokage's office for team formation. Surprised by Ulquiorra's lack of emotion and neutral tone, Irika invited him to take a seat and asked for his name. As Ulquiorra walked to the seats, he replied, "Ulquiorra Cifer." He chose a seat next to Shikamaru, who greeted him with a simple "hey," to which Ulquiorra responded in kind, aiming to avoid creating enemies from the start. He had a goal to accomplish. Irika continued reading from the list of teams, announcing that Team 8 would consist of Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame. He then listed Team Guy, which included Niji Hyuga, Rock Lee, and Tenten. For Team 10, he named Ino Yamanaka, Choji Akimichi, and Shikamaru Nara. Finally, due to a shortage of students, he announced that Team 7 would consist of Ulquiorra Cifer, Sakura Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha. The fanfiction belongs to the author, but all credits go to Taiki Kubo and Masashi Kishimoto for the creation of the characters. That day, Kakashi was preparing to report on the mission in detail just as the 3 genin had left. Kakashi and Sarutobi were in the office, both wearing expressions of complete seriousness. Sarutobi expressed his surprise at the situation, asking if Kakashi was saying that a certain boy had forced him to use the Sharingan. Kakashi confirmed this, explaining that he had realized the boy's attacks were not chakra-based. Sarutobi listened intently, gesturing for Kakashi to continue. Kakashi recounted how, despite using a stone wall to block an attack, he had to resort to the Mangekyo Sharingan and send the attack to Kamui to save himself. He noted that if that technique had impacted him, he likely wouldn't be there anymore. Sarutobi took this information very seriously, knowing that Kakashi was much stronger than an elite Anbu, and for him to use the Mangekyo Sharingan, the boy must be at least an S rank. The only relief they had was that, for the moment, the boy was an ally. Sarutobi shared his own unease about Ulquiorra, expressing that he had a bad feeling since the moment Ulquiorra entered the office and felt as if he had known him before. He decided to leave the next steps up to Kakashi, who had fought against Ulquiorra. Meanwhile, Ulquiorra was walking through one of the busiest streets in Konoha. The gentle wind moved his hair slightly, and with his typical expression, he wandered aimlessly. He seemed indifferent to the curious glances from passers-by. Despite his calm demeanor, Ulquiorra gave off an unsettling aura that made those who could sense chakra feel a sense of impending doom. Strangely, he attracted the attention of girls aged 14 to 20, who cast flirtatious looks his way, which only irritated him further. He was already surrounded by humans, and now he was attracting them? What kind of luck did Ulquiorra have? As he continued walking through the village to familiarize himself with the surroundings, his keen ears picked up a scream from a closed alley. It was a sound that would have gone unnoticed by the average human, but Ulquiorra heard it clearly. A voice cried out in desperation, promising to pay back a debt. Following that, he heard the sound of a cut. Although Ulquiorra was initially uninterested in the boy's troubles, the same voice cried out again, pleading for mercy and promising to pay a man named Danzo. This mention piqued Ulquiorra's interest, as he had a goal of eliminating any reason for conflict, and Danzo seemed to be a mercenary based on what he could deduce. Irritated by the commotion, Ulquiorra used his speed to position himself on the roof of a nearby building to see what was happening. From his vantage point, he observed two Anbu surrounded by several fallen bodies in the alley. Only one boy remained alive, cornered and gravely injured, on the verge of being killed. Thanks to Ulquiorra's stealth, the Anbu had not noticed him. The boy, overwhelmed by pain, could barely think straight as he faced the Anbu, who raised his weapon. He braced himself for the strike, but it never came. When he opened his eyes, he saw Ulquiorra's back, his head turned to look at him. Confused, the boy noticed the fallen Anbu, each with 2 holes in their chests, bleeding out on the ground. The boy stammered, asking who Ulquiorra was and why he had saved him. Ulquiorra interrupted, stating that he had not saved him out of kindness but rather because the boy's cries had annoyed him. This only confused the boy further, leading him to lose consciousness. Ulquiorra watched as the boy fainted, initially considering leaving him there. However, he recalled the boy's mention of Danzo, which intrigued him. He decided to carry the boy on his shoulder and quickly transported him to a hospital using his speed. For hours later, Ulquiorra sat in a chair beside the boy's hospital bed, patiently waiting for him to wake up. While others might have left or fallen asleep, Ulquiorra was accustomed to solitude and boredom, so 4 hours felt like nothing to him. Eventually, he saw the boy slowly open his eyes, and the first thing the boy noticed was Ulquiorra sitting there, startling him. The boy panicked, fearing for his safety due to Ulquiorra's unusual appearance. Ulquiorra calmly instructed the boy to stop shouting, his voice steady yet authoritative, which only frightened the boy more. The boy began to question whether he was hallucinating, and Ulquiorra confirmed that he was neither dreaming nor dead. The boy started slapping himself to ensure he was awake. Ulquiorra then stated that he needed to ask a few questions, prompting the boy to become defensive, questioning who Ulquiorra was and why he should answer. Ulquiorra replied that the boy did not need to know his name, but he was alive thanks to him, so he should at least show some gratitude and respond. The boy huffed in defiance, turning his head away with a look of indignation, declaring he refused to answer. Ulquiorra simply regarded him silently, waiting for the boy to reconsider. The boy remarked that being saved meant nothing, prompting Ulquiorra to take a moment before responding. He introduced himself as Ulquiorra Cifer and asked if the boy was satisfied. Upon hearing his name, the boy turned to him and smiled triumphantly, expressing gratitude for the rescue and inquiring about Ulquiorra's questions. Ulquiorra, however, remained focused and began his inquiry. He recalled the boy's earlier cries for help in the alley and mentioned something about paying a certain Danzo. The boy felt a bit embarrassed by Ulquiorra's bluntness but explained that Danzo was part of the Konoha Council and secretly the leader of an organization known as Root. As he spoke, he gestured to emphasize his points. He elaborated that Root was a disbanded group of official Anbu who had become involved in dark dealings due to Danzo's influence. The boy, still resting against the headboard of the bed, gazed at the ceiling with a melancholic expression. He detailed how Danzo extorted vulnerable individuals like himself, not just from Konoha but from all major villages. He also mentioned a child kidnapping network associated with a renegade ninja named Orochimaru, admitting he didn't know much about him but was aware of the damage Danzo had caused in the world. Clenching his fist to hold back tears, the boy revealed that he had lost the only person he loved because of Danzo, feeling responsible for the tragedy. Ulquiorra listened without changing his indifferent demeanor and asked how he could find Danzo in a place where it would be just the two of them. The boy, confused, responded that the Root base was located beneath the Leaf's research building, questioning why Ulquiorra was interested in that location. Ulquiorra stated his intent to confront Danzo, which shocked the boy, who warned him about Danzo's strength and the danger of entering enemy territory. As Ulquiorra stood up from the chair and began walking towards the exit, he ignored the boy's concerns. Before leaving, he paused and turned his head to ask the boy's name. The boy wiped away his tears and, with determination, introduced himself as Kenshin Namikaze. Internally, Ulquiorra was surprised by the surname but maintained his indifferent expression as he exited the room. Ulquiorra walked outside the hospital, deep in thought about his past. He felt a sense of anticipation building within him, as if a confrontation was on the horizon, accompanied by unexpected twists. He appreciated the support he had received for his story, grateful for the encouragement from those who read and favored the chapters. As he strolled down the dimly lit street, the wind gently brushed against the few people around him. The lights from nearby businesses illuminated the area, but as Ulquiorra approached a particular building, the street became increasingly deserted and shrouded in darkness. He had arrived at the research department, where there were hardly any souls in sight. Moving toward the entrance, Ulquiorra was suddenly halted when a ninja appeared, grabbing his arm just before he could reach for the door handle. He turned his gaze toward the ninja, who wore a mask and spoke with authority, stating that a genin was not permitted to enter without permission from the Hokage or the leader of research. Ulquiorra remained silent for a few moments, feeling a wave of discomfort at the touch of the human, yet he chose to show indifference. He did not respond, and the masked ninja tightened his grip, waiting for a reaction. Ulquiorra tightened his grip as he focused on the masked figure of the Anbu, swiftly piercing his heart before the man could react. He pushed open the doors of the building, revealing a dark and deserted interior. After walking for several minutes through the vast structure, he discovered a staircase leading down to what appeared to be a basement. At the foot of the stairs, two Anbu stood guard, but Ulquiorra dispatched them effortlessly. Descending the long, shadowy staircase, he arrived at an immense underground chamber. As he stepped onto the floor, numerous lights flickered on, illuminating dozens of Anbu kneeling before a man wrapped in bandages. The moment they heard Ulquiorra's footsteps, the Anbu sprang to attention. Two remained beside the bandaged man, who was Danzo, maintaining a neutral expression before addressing Ulquiorra. He inquired about Ulquiorra's identity and purpose, but Ulquiorra, with both hands in his pockets, approached until the Anbu blocked his path. He dismissed the question, stating that his name was not worthy of being heard by such lowly beings. This provoked the Anbu to draw their swords, ready for confrontation. Ulquiorra surveyed the number of Anbu present, contemplating the necessity of eliminating everyone in the room to prevent any reports reaching Sarutobi, which could jeopardize his plans. With that thought, he unsheathed his Zanpakuto, prompting the Anbu to charge at him without hesitation. There were around 200 Anbu in that place as Danzo began to walk toward the back door of the basement. The battle was about to start, and with a simple movement of his sword, Ulquiorra created such pressure in the air that the ground around him shattered, sending several Anbu flying against the walls with a force that rendered them incapacitated. The remaining Anbu, now wary, attempted to keep their distance and began launching jutsus, shurikens, and explosive tags at Ulquiorra. With skill and ease, he dodged each projectile, sending some back to impact against their throwers. As the jutsus flew toward him, he leaped high into the air, solidifying his ryatsu beneath his feet. The Anbu, watching in disbelief as he walked on air, had no time to react before he unleashed a powerful Siro from 20 meters above. At this point, only about 100 Anbu remained, and most were in shock. They had never witnessed such a potent and destructive technique before, only catching glimpses of burnt clothing from their fallen comrades. Danzo, who had been walking with his back to the door, turned to see what was happening, trusting in his 200 Anbu. His eyes widened in surprise at the sight of blood and bodies against the walls, with charred clothing and scattered limbs. It seemed that only half of his once reliable army remained, prompting him to adopt a serious expression. Fu instructed Toryun to pursue Ulquiorra without holding back. Both responded in unison, ready to spring into action. They leaped toward Ulquiorra, who was caught off guard by a sudden strike that sent him crashing to the ground, raising a thick cloud of dust. Fu praised Toryun for his successful hit, but their confidence quickly faded when they saw Ulquiorra emerging from the smoke. He calmly inquired about the condition of his arm, revealing that the blow had only torn his uniform, while an infection was beginning to spread on his left arm. The two Anbu clicked their tongues and readied themselves, now with a much more serious demeanor. Ulquiorra asked if he wouldn't receive a response, and upon getting no answer from Toryun, he swiftly cut his own left forearm. This shocking act left both Toryun and Fu in disbelief, witnessing Ulquiorra inflict harm on himself without flinching. Their astonishment grew as they watched his forearm regenerate almost instantaneously. Ulquiorra appeared completely unharmed, with only his uniform missing from the forearm to the wrist. Toryun, incredulous, took several steps back, realizing that they were not fighting a human. Ulquiorra sheathed his sword and raised both hands. With his left wrist aimed at Toryun's stomach and his right index finger pointing at the remaining Anbu, who stood frozen in fear, he declared his attack. The last thing they heard from Ulquiorra was the name of his technique, and a destructive surge of dark energy with green flashes erupted from his finger, obliterating the remaining Anbu. Ulquiorra turned his gaze back to Toryun, who was paralyzed with fear. The explosion had left no trace of the Anbu, with only melting swords remaining on the scorched ground. The walls in that area were heavily cracked, and Ulquiorra aimed closer to the ground to avoid collapsing the entire basement. A rapid energy blast struck Toryun in the stomach, creating a precise hole that caused him to lose consciousness and fall. Ulquiorra lowered his hands, releasing a significant amount of ryatsu that rendered Toryun completely immobile. He began to walk toward Toryun, who lay helpless, and just before he could deliver a lethal blow, Danzo appeared in front of him, blocking the attack with a kunai. Ulquiorra regarded Danzo with indifference, who wore a serious expression. Toryun, behind Danzo, collapsed, which did not go unnoticed by him. Danzo quickly ceased blocking Ulquiorra's arm, hoisting Toryun onto his shoulder and leaping back. Ulquiorra placed his hands in his pockets, observing Danzo from a distance of 15 meters. Assuming Danzo was likely the strongest and the one everyone was trying to protect, Ulquiorra deduced that he was the leader of the Root organization, Danzo Shimura. Danzo confirmed his identity, aware that whatever Ulquiorra was, he was powerful and not human. As Ulquiorra began to approach, Danzo readied himself once more. Ulquiorra expressed his usual disdain for humans but noted that Danzo seemed even more contemptible than the rest. He declared that, solely to humiliate him, he would not use his Zanpakuto. Danzo's expression shifted to one of irritation, but he quickly donned a smug smile, suggesting they would see if that would be enough. He then unraveled the bandages from his eye and right arm, revealing a red eye similar to Kakashi's, but with 10 Sharingan on his right arm, to which Ulquiorra showed no reaction. Danzo lunged at Ulquiorra with a powerful and precise strike, but Ulquiorra did not move an inch, effortlessly blocking the attack with his hand. Danzo began to unleash rapid and powerful strikes and kicks toward Ulquiorra, creating gusts of wind. However, Ulquiorra easily blocked or dodged each attack. Deciding to create some distance, Ulquiorra sent a weak kick toward Danzo, which he managed to block, but the force sent him back about 5 meters. Seizing the opportunity, Danzo started throwing kunai and shuriken infused with wind chakra. These projectiles were 10 times faster than normal kunai and shuriken, leading Danzo to believe they would hit their mark. He was taken aback as he watched Ulquiorra seemingly teleport from one spot to another, skillfully evading each shuriken and kunai before returning to his original position. Danzo had never encountered a jutsu with such high speed, and he would dare to say it far surpassed Minato's Hiration. Ulquiorra, with a calm voice and hands in his pockets, remarked that if that was all Danzo had, he would not survive. This irritated Danzo, prompting him to unleash even more power. He performed several hand seals and unleashed blades of wind that shot toward Ulquiorra at high speed, forcing him to jump to avoid them. In mid-air, Danzo utilized a wind technique that allowed him to fire wind bullets. Just as one of these bullets was about to hit Ulquiorra, he leaped to the right, further frustrating Danzo. Having had enough, Ulquiorra whispered to himself while floating in the air, just before appearing behind Danzo with a swift movement. He declared that it was Danzo's end and aimed to pierce his heart with his hand. To Ulquiorra's surprise, Danzo's body vanished instead of collapsing to the ground. Turning around, Ulquiorra saw Danzo standing unharmed. With a calm expression, Ulquiorra inquired what Danzo had done to survive. Danzo, serious yet composed, replied that it would make no sense to explain. He paused for a moment before getting back into a defensive stance, while Ulquiorra began to analyze the peculiar technique. Ulquiorra noticed that one of Danzo's Sharingan had closed right after using that technique. He quickly fired a Zero at Danzo, catching him off guard and hitting him. However, Danzo appeared just behind the spot where the Zero had impacted. Ulquiorra realized that the Zero had indeed hit, yet Danzo was still behind him, confirming his suspicions. After a few more exchanges, the second Sharingan in Danzo's arm closed again, which Ulquiorra noted. He deduced that both eyes had closed exactly 60 seconds after his attacks had struck. The eyes began to close after Danzo used that technique, which he activated just before Ulquiorra's hand pierced him. This indicated that the technique lasted only 60 seconds and was what allowed Danzo to survive. Ulquiorra charged at Danzo once more, delivering a kick that sent the upper part of his body flying. Moments later, Danzo reappeared a few meters behind where he had fallen. Ulquiorra confirmed his theory, as exactly 60 seconds passed after the other eye had closed. With only 7 Sharingan left in his arm and 1 on his face, Ulquiorra theorized that once all 8 remaining Sharingan closed, Danzo would no longer be able to revive himself. Continuing to defeat Danzo repeatedly, Ulquiorra ensured that the last of his eyes closed after he evaporated Danzo with a Zero. Danzo, now exhausted and with all his Sharingan closed and useless, could only rely on sound to know where Ulquiorra was. He never expected such humiliation from Ulquiorra, believing he would at least have time to counterattack or devise a plan. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he simply could not block or evade Ulquiorra's relentless attacks. As Ulquiorra walked toward the injured Danzo, who was unable to move due to his wounds, Danzo could only breathe heavily. Once Ulquiorra stood before him, Danzo attempted to run, but Ulquiorra delivered a kick to his back, knocking him to the ground instantly. Breathless, Danzo lay on the ground, muttering about what they had done to provoke such an attack. Ulquiorra, standing above him, looked down and stated that he had some questions for him. Danzo, lacking the strength to protest, remained silent. He understood that he would die regardless, so he opted to answer a few questions, hoping for a swift end. He didn't even have enough chakra left to use the 4-symbol seal. Ulquiorra made it clear that he would not share the information with the village, ensuring that the villagers would remember Danzo as someone honorable. His first question was about the countries and villages involved in his child kidnapping network. Danzo, lacking enthusiasm, replied that it only extended to the 5 great villages. Ulquiorra then asked about the ninja known as Orochimaru, and where he could find him. Danzo clicked his tongue, admitting he didn't know how Ulquiorra had learned of their alliance but explained that he couldn't provide an exact location, as Orochimaru had hundreds of hideouts across the ninja continent and frequently changed between them. After a brief silence, Ulquiorra posed his final question regarding the location of the Uzumaki and Namake's mansion. This revelation shocked Danzo, as the existence of such a mansion was a closely guarded secret, even among clan members. It was commonly believed that those two families only resided in their respective headquarters. The only ones who could know about it would be specific members of either family. Ulquiorra's calm voice cut through the tension as he addressed Danzo, warning him that he would not hesitate to end his life if he did not cooperate. Danzo, realizing the gravity of his situation, quickly divulged the locations of the Namake's and Uzumaki mansions, revealing that they were protected by seals that would prevent someone like Ulquiorra from finding them. Satisfied with the information, Ulquiorra drew his sword, preparing to strike. Just as he was about to deliver a fatal blow, Danzo called out for him to wait. Ulquiorra paused, his expression unyielding. He made it clear that he would not show mercy, stating that Danzo and his kind did not deserve to be saved. In his final moments, Danzo requested to know Ulquiorra's name. Ulquiorra looked at him and replied that he used to be Naruto Uzumaki Namake's, but now he was Ulquiorra Cifer. The revelation left Danzo in shock, but he had little time to process it before Ulquiorra swiftly ended his life. Afterward, Ulquiorra turned his attention to Fu, who lay unconscious on the ground. He intended to investigate the area further but was interrupted by the presence of new chakras entering the building. The scene shifted, leaving the tension hanging in the air as the story continued. Chapter end. The fanfiction is mine, but all credits go to Taiki Kubo and Masashi Kishimoto for the creation of the characters. Moments ago, in the barrier detection building of Konoha, the three individuals supervising the barrier were focused on their work when suddenly, the barrier began to move violently, particularly in the research building. One of the guards, feeling a sense of unease due to the monstrous and dark energy, instructed the others to report immediately to the Hokage and request the best ninjas. Several ninjas quickly made their way to the Hokage's office to inform him of the situation. Current time, Ulquiorra's perspective. After having eliminated Toryun, Ulquiorra was about to investigate the underground floor in search of additional information. However, he sensed some chakras above him moving at high speed. He decided to wait for their arrival before opening the door. From the ninja's perspective, they had been searching throughout the building and had left the basement for last. Upon reaching the door, they discovered two bodies on the floor and quickly drew their katanas. As they opened the door, expecting an attack, they froze at the top of the stairs, shocked by the gruesome scene before them. One of the Anbu on the stairs remarked about feeling a breeze behind him, prompting the other to nod in agreement. Noticing that the room was empty, they decided to alert the hospital and call for reinforcements in case of an attack. From Ulquiorra's perspective, he stood on the rooftop of a building some distance away from the research facility, allowing him to observe everything in detail. He watched as dozens of medical personnel transported bodies in black bags, while numerous jounins and Anbu secured the area. Even though it was midnight, the commotion had awakened many villagers, who gathered at the scene. Ulquiorra sensed someone had climbed onto the rooftop, and upon turning, he saw it was Kakashi. Kakashi, holding his book, appeared non-threatening as he greeted Ulquiorra with a wave and stood beside him, both observing the incident below. Kakashi commented on the chaos, noting that it was quite a situation. Ulquiorra simply acknowledged him with a brief response. Kakashi inquired why Ulquiorra was out so late, to which Ulquiorra replied that he couldn't sleep. This response elicited a chuckle from Kakashi, who found humor in the situation, while Ulquiorra remained puzzled by the laughter. Kakashi continued, suggesting it was likely due to the noise. Ulquiorra clarified that he didn't need sleep, which intrigued Kakashi, who noticed the tear in Ulquiorra's Arrancar uniform but chose not to comment on it. Ulquiorra then asked Kakashi what he was doing awake, not out of curiosity but to ensure he hadn't been discovered. Kakashi looked up at the sky, feigning a smile as he explained he had a nightmare. This piqued Ulquiorra's interest, as nightmares were something he had never experienced. Ulquiorra turned to Kakashi, his expression as cold as ever, and asked how nightmares felt. Kakashi, jokingly questioning Ulquiorra's claim of not needing sleep, was met with Ulquiorra's indifferent gaze, prompting him to look back at the sky. Kakashi shared that everyone has different nightmares, revealing his own about abandoning his comrades in favor of following rules instead of his heart. Ulquiorra listened intently, having learned about human emotions from a girl named Orochimaru before her passing. He reflected on the dark, cloudless sky and responded that while he couldn't fully grasp the concept of the heart, he believed that if comrades remained in one's heart, they were never truly gone, and their legacy would endure as long as they were remembered. Kakashi, taken aback by Ulquiorra's words, felt a tear escape him, though Ulquiorra remained unaware as he gazed at the sky. Surprised by the depth of Ulquiorra's insight, Kakashi lowered his guard and remarked that Ulquiorra wasn't as antisocial as he had expected, accompanied by a genuine smile. Ulquiorra turned to him, still maintaining his indifferent demeanor. The night passed with the two conversing. A few days later, Team 7 was summoned to the Hokage's office, where the 4 members were already present. It was just 10 in the morning. The Hokage welcomed them and explained that they had been called due to their potential for teamwork and ninja skills, as they were the first of Kakashi's subordinates to pass their test. He noted that they had assessed their strengths and weaknesses and would assign each to a different team. The Hokage began with Sakura Haruno, reading from her report, which noted her strong obsession with Sasuke and recommended separating her from him. Sakura felt a bit embarrassed but listened as the Hokage continued, mentioning her weakness against genjutsu, exceptional chakra control, and quick learning ability. He decided to assign her to Team Might Guy for 5 C-rank missions. Sakura, slightly disappointed, simply nodded in acknowledgement. The day had come to an end, and night had fallen. Ulquiorra, who did not need to sleep, found himself enjoying the cool air on the rooftop of a tall building. The breeze brought back memories of his first visit to the human world and his time in Hueco Mundo. Lost in thought, he recalled a boy named Kenshin Namikaze, who had mentioned that he did not know much about Orochimaru. However, any information at that moment would be valuable. It was still 8:30 p.m., so the hospital was open for visits. With a swift movement, he made his way to Kenshin's room, where he found the boy lying on his side, a thoughtful expression on his face. Upon seeing Ulquiorra, Kenshin's face lit up with a wide smile. He expressed his happiness at Ulquiorra's return and sat up in bed. Ulquiorra, hands in his pockets and wearing his usual indifferent expression, did not respond to the cheerful greeting. Kenshin inquired about Ulquiorra's purpose for being there, and this time, Ulquiorra replied, asking him what he knew about Orochimaru. Kenshin, slightly annoyed, rested his cheeks on his hand and reminded Ulquiorra that he had already said he did not know much. Ulquiorra acknowledged this but assumed Kenshin might know something about Orochimaru's whereabouts. Kenshin looked serious as he responded that he had no idea where Orochimaru could be hiding. He questioned what he would gain by sharing such information, recalling that he had already returned the favor of saving his life by providing information about Danzo, which he still did not understand the purpose of. Kenshin's gaze locked onto Ulquiorra's, as if trying to decipher something. Ulquiorra maintained his calm demeanor and understood that Kenshin had no reason to provide him with information. Just as he was about to leave, Kenshin called out for him to wait, wanting to ask something else. Ulquiorra, noticing the serious expression on Kenshin's face, listened as the boy mentioned overhearing nurses and patients discussing what had happened with Danzo the previous night, asking if Ulquiorra was involved. Ulquiorra hesitated, knowing that revealing the truth could put Kenshin in a position of advantage if he reported it to the authorities. Kenshin assured him that it would remain a secret, promising on behalf of his younger brother. Feeling a sense of trust, Ulquiorra decided to share the truth, knowing he could always leave the village and handle things his own way. He admitted to having killed Danzo, stating that the man was an obstacle in his path. Kenshin, appearing somewhat relieved, thanked him and asked if he could know Ulquiorra's objective. Ulquiorra, now standing to leave, replied that if he had such an objective, there would be no benefit in sharing it, before exiting the room, leaving Kenshin with a look of disappointment. The next morning at 8 a.m., Ulquiorra and Team Asuma gathered at the designated meeting place. Ulquiorra had tidied up his uniform and walked behind the team, keeping his distance as usual. The journey would take 6 hours, so he planned to remain at the back, only joining them during rest breaks for safety. Upon arriving in the village, Ulquiorra noted the small size of the villages in the Land of Sound, a reflection of the political chaos that plagued the area. The war between the Leaf Village and the Cloud Village had turned this land into a battlefield, leaving its economy and infrastructure in ruins, with neither side offering assistance to the civilians. Ulquiorra and Team Asuma reached a large lake, where an island with buildings and homes marked the Sound Village. Surrounding it were smaller villages, and they found themselves to the west of the Sound Village. The village they were in was called Nagamori, home to around 1,200 residents. It was small but seemed quite active during the day. Team Asuma headed toward a forest near Nagamori, the location where people had gone missing. As they entered the forest, Asuma and his 3 students took defensive stances, each holding a kunai, except for Ulquiorra, who kept his hands in his pockets. The team viewed this as somewhat arrogant but chose not to dwell on it. Ulquiorra followed from behind, observing the surroundings. After a few minutes without any leads, the group paused to strategize. Asuma suggested they disperse to cover more ground quickly. He would investigate the central and northern areas, while Ulquiorra and Shikamaru would search the west, Choji the east, and Ino the south. With that, Asuma swiftly vanished using a technique, and Choji and Ino quickly followed suit after acknowledging him. Ulquiorra and Shikamaru took their time. Shikamaru found it troublesome to be paired with the quiet one, but at least they could work without much conversation. He walked alongside Ulquiorra, observing him. Ulquiorra maintained his indifferent gaze as they continued in silence. Suddenly, as they passed a tall rock, Ulquiorra stopped abruptly. Shikamaru, slightly confused, looked at Ulquiorra, who was staring at the rock. He asked what was going on, curious about the sudden halt. Ulquiorra continued to gaze at the unusual rock, his expression remaining indifferent as he calmly stated that he sensed chakra beneath it. Shikamaru, now even more confused, walked over to Ulquiorra and turned to examine the rock. He observed that the rock appeared quite strange, its shape not aligning with how it should have formed. Unlike the surrounding stones, which were covered in mold and weeds, this one was completely clean. Shikamaru scratched his head, gesturing that the situation was problematic. He had suspected the rock was suspicious, but addressing it seemed tedious. Ulquiorra turned to look at Shikamaru, intrigued by his quick thinking and ability to piece things together. He approached the rock, attempting to touch it to determine if it was merely an illusion or if there was a barrier, but it felt entirely real. He warned Shikamaru to step back. Surprised, Shikamaru took a few steps back and watched as Ulquiorra pointed at the rock. He wondered if Ulquiorra was about to do something drastic. Moments later, a powerful burst of wind erupted as Ulquiorra unleashed a technique, creating a significant gust that forced Shikamaru to shield his face with his arms and brace himself against the ground. Once the wind settled, it revealed a hidden underground passage. Ulquiorra glanced back at Shikamaru to ensure he was unharmed before stepping into the passage, followed by a somewhat frustrated Shikamaru, who thought about how he always ended up with such brutal companions. As they walked together, they arrived at what appeared to be a chamber with 3 doors. Upon reaching the center of the room, they noticed a trap above them, where shurikens covered in flames were falling at high speed. Shikamaru, lacking time to evade, attempted to block as many as he could with his kunai. However, he felt his jacket being grabbed from behind and was suddenly pulled back. Confused and in shock, Shikamaru turned to see Ulquiorra, who had released his grip on the jacket. Grateful yet bewildered, Shikamaru thanked him. Ulquiorra moved ahead without a word, carefully avoiding the trap that had just attacked them, and scanned the ceiling for any additional threats. Confirming that no more shurikens were falling, he prepared to continue when he was suddenly caught off guard. A sinister laugh echoed from the central door. Ulquiorra, surprised that he hadn't sensed the chakra earlier, focused on the doorway, where a figure emerged from the darkness. The figure was difficult to make out, but Ulquiorra noticed another person standing by the right door. As the central figure stepped into view, still laughing, they remarked on Ulquiorra's performance, expressing surprise at his composure. The figure revealed themselves to be a pale-skinned individual with long black hair, cuts in their pupils, and purple markings around their eyes. Ulquiorra felt a strong killing intent emanating from them, which didn't faze him. However, when he glanced at Shikamaru, he saw that his companion was frozen in fear. The figure commented on Ulquiorra's strength and lack of emotion, noting that he didn't seem afraid. Ulquiorra, with his hands back in his pockets, regarded the figure with complete indifference and questioned their authority to label him interesting. He had no reason to fear someone he deemed insignificant. This response elicited a manic smile from the figure, who introduced themselves as Orochimaru and suggested they might provide reasons for fear. With a wild grin, Orochimaru transformed their arm into a mass of snakes that lunged at Ulquiorra with incredible speed. Caught off guard, Ulquiorra had no choice but to draw his Zanpakuto and block the attack, resulting in a powerful explosion. Meanwhile, Asuma was traversing the expansive forest when he heard a noise behind him. Reacting quickly, he leaped into a defensive stance. A young man with white hair tinged with blue, purple eyes, and dressed in a sleeveless purple shirt and gray pants confronted him. He wore a belt with water bottles and another that held his sword. Asuma, serious and ready, demanded to know who he was. The young man introduced himself as Suigetsu Hozuki, smiling enthusiastically. Elsewhere, Ino had reunited with Choji after thoroughly searching their assigned area. They were heading toward Asuma to report when they were ambushed by a tall figure. Fortunately, Choji managed to block the attack but sustained an injury. Ino, startled, turned to face the assailant, who was laughing maniacally after striking Choji. The attacker was tall, dressed in black with cream-colored pants, and had wild orange hair and noticeable mutations. Ino, frightened, whispered in disbelief, questioning the figure's identity. Hearing her, the attacker turned to her, laughing wildly and taunting her about her fear. They declared they would end her quickly to spare her pain, proclaiming the true power of Yugo with a maniacal laugh. As the chapter concluded, Shikamaru found himself airborne, having been expelled from their hiding spot just as Ulquiorra's sword blocked the rapid attack, creating another explosion. Now in the air, Shikamaru contemplated a strategy that might save his life as he descended toward the ground. Shikamaru turned around and began to perform a series of hand signs. He calmly activated his shadow stitching technique, causing shadowy tentacles to emerge from the smoke of the explosion, forming a flat circular base for him to stand on. Once secured, he descended from the base and deactivated the technique. Shikamaru tried to locate Ulquiorra but couldn't see him anywhere until he heard a strange sound behind him, only to see Ulquiorra materialize out of thin air. Shikamaru quickly jumped to his side, ready to communicate if a strategy was needed. Ulquiorra, seemingly unharmed and with his clothes intact, moved his head from side to side, searching for Orochimaru's chakra. From Ulquiorra's perspective, he was caught off guard by a sudden attack of snakes coming from behind, which he managed to block. Orochimaru, who had launched the snakes, wore a manic smile, clearly excited as he had found a new, interesting body. Orochimaru lunged at Ulquiorra, unleashing a series of fluid and calculated punches and kicks, trying to break through Ulquiorra's strong defense. Ulquiorra moved swiftly, dodging Orochimaru's attacks while his green eyes tracked every movement. Orochimaru's interest in Ulquiorra grew with each exchange. However, Ulquiorra decided to counterattack, surprising Orochimaru. With his Zanpakuto, he moved at hypersonic speeds, delivering a deep cut that sliced diagonally from Orochimaru's shoulder to his waist. Expecting more from Orochimaru, Ulquiorra sheathed his Zanpakuto and turned to face him, only to be taken aback as a new body of Orochimaru emerged from the mouth of the old one. Ulquiorra struggled to comprehend how a human could regenerate to such an extent. Maintaining his calm demeanor, he unsheathed his Zanpakuto once more. Orochimaru, now fully emerged, chuckled and remarked on Ulquiorra's expectations of an easy victory. Ulquiorra questioned Orochimaru's nature, while Orochimaru replied that explaining it would take time, suggesting they continue their battle. Orochimaru then opened his mouth wide, producing a sword, the Kusanagi, which caused Ulquiorra to frown slightly at the grotesque sight. Orochimaru warned him that the sword could cut anything and advised against using his own. Ignoring the warning, Ulquiorra prepared for the fight as Orochimaru launched rapid slashes. Thanks to his speed and agility, Ulquiorra managed to evade them. In a swift move, he seized Orochimaru's arm and cut it off with his sword before delivering a powerful kick that sent Orochimaru crashing through numerous trees. Orochimaru quickly regenerated and charged at Ulquiorra again, attempting a downward strike, which Ulquiorra blocked with one arm and his sword. Orochimaru was surprised that his Kusanagi had not severed Ulquiorra's weapon, but he had little time to process this as he had to dodge another kick. Orochimaru ducked to avoid the kick, leaving him vulnerable. Ulquiorra took advantage of this and jumped high into the air, observing Orochimaru performing hand signs below. Orochimaru took the opportunity to create a circle of ink on the ground, raising a thick curtain of smoke. While Ulquiorra remained airborne, trying to discern what was happening below, he didn't have time to evade a massive purple serpent that lunged at him. He could only block the heavy attack, which sent him soaring higher into the air, though he remained unharmed. Orochimaru, waiting patiently for Ulquiorra's descent, was taken aback when Ulquiorra remained suspended in the air as if he were floating. Realizing the type of opponent he faced, Orochimaru adopted a serious expression, searching for a way to land a hit. The theme of Black Cloud began to play. The camera focused on Ulquiorra from a lower angle, highlighting the light that illuminated him as he raised his hand, slowly pointing his finger at Orochimaru, who watched intently from below. Ulquiorra reflected on how it had been days since he had used this technique to its fullest, expressing that Orochimaru should feel honored to witness it. He then declared the name of his technique, Dark Zero. Meanwhile, Shikamaru observed as Naruto was attacked from behind by Orochimaru, prompting a fierce battle. He contemplated a strategy, recalling Orochimaru's name and doubting Ulquiorra's chances of victory. His thoughts were interrupted by Kabuto, who stood just outside any shadow. Kabuto expressed disappointment that Shikamaru was merely watching the spectacle. Surprised, Shikamaru wondered how Kabuto knew his name. With a serious expression, he stood up, kunai in hand, aware that Kabuto seemed to know his abilities. Shikamaru assessed his surroundings, feeling a sense of victory as he realized he was surrounded by trees. He thought that if Kabuto dared to enter, he would strike with his shadows. He quickly jumped backward, positioning himself under the shadows of the trees, confidently stating that Kabuto had chosen the worst place to confront him. Kabuto, hearing Shikamaru's words, smiled slightly, which confused Shikamaru and caused him to adopt a more serious demeanor. Kabuto warned him that he was the one in the worst territory, revealing that the area was filled with traps, and that Shikamaru had been fortunate not to have lost a limb yet. He advised Shikamaru to look around to see the truth of his words. All right, Sasuke Uchiha, let's see. Weaknesses: it's not easy to establish good teamwork with him, as he can be somewhat arrogant, but he learns quickly and possesses exceptional fighting skills. It is recommended to assign him to Kurenai's team. Sarutobi glanced at Sasuke, who awaited the Hokage's response patiently. Sasuke would be assigned to 3 missions with Kurenai's team, focusing on B-rank missions. Sasuke acknowledged the assignment with a nod, and Sarutobi turned his attention to Ulquiorra's report, surprised to find only one weakness listed. He distances himself from his teammates. However, there were at least 10 skills noted. Sarutobi decided against reading the entire report, knowing it might discourage Sasuke and Sakura. Instead, he simply stated that Ulquiorra would be sent to Asuma's team for one A-rank mission. Ulquiorra responded calmly, and the 3 were dispatched to meet their temporary teams. From Ulquiorra's perspective, he was sent to a restaurant. Upon entering, he noticed the place was bustling with people, but his gaze fell upon a boy who had sat next to him on his first day at the academy. Remembering that he had been assigned to Asuma's team, Ulquiorra approached the table where 4 people were seated: Asuma, Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru. He easily recalled their names and introduced himself, standing beside the table. My name is Ulquiorra Cifer. I will be a temporary member of Team 10, he stated with his usual expression and tone. Welcome. Feel free to sit down, Asuma said cheerfully. Ulquiorra attempted to decline but was gently pulled into a seat next to Shikamaru and Choji. The friendly gathering lasted for 30 minutes, during which Ulquiorra remained silent, not eating or drinking anything. As the meeting was drawing to a close, Asuma and the other members turned serious, prompting Ulquiorra to pay closer attention. Now that we've introduced ourselves, I want to discuss this A-rank mission, Asuma announced, surprising the 3 original team members, as an A-rank mission for a genin team was nearly impossible, even with 1 jounin. However, Asuma continued to explain. The success of this mission will depend on all of us, so please listen carefully. Asuma's tone was completely serious as he elaborated. In a small village near the Sound Village, there have been reports of people going missing. They requested help from the Leaf Village due to their poor relations with the Sound Village. Asuma paused briefly before continuing. Several Chunin have been sent, but none have returned. Therefore, we will be sent instead. Normally, an Anbu squad or jounin would handle this, but since our mission will be to gather information, and with Ulquiorra-san here, that won't be necessary. All eyes turned to Ulquiorra, who maintained his indifferent expression. We will depart tomorrow morning, so be prepared, Asuma concluded, dismissing everyone a few minutes later. Shikamaru looked around, realizing he was right. Everywhere he turned, there were nearly invisible wires that would activate traps if he wasn't careful. He clicked his tongue, trying to devise a strategy. Kabuto taunted him, claiming that by the time Shikamaru attempted to attack with his shadows, he would already be defeated. Kabuto lunged quickly at Shikamaru, who barely dodged the attack while searching for a safe spot free of traps. With a grin still on his face, Kabuto began to assault Shikamaru, who struggled to evade the onslaught. Some of Kabuto's kunai grazed him, leaving shallow cuts. Shikamaru thought to himself that he needed to come up with a plan quickly or he would meet his end there. He could feel the heavy sounds of battle in the background from Ulquiorra and Orochimaru. Shikamaru mused that those two were incredibly strong. He had expected that from Orochimaru, but Ulquiorra was just a genin, wasn't he? His thoughts were interrupted by a cut on his arm from Kabuto. Shikamaru attempted to counter with his kunai, but Kabuto swiftly leaped to a tree branch. Kabuto laughed, mocking Shikamaru for merely dodging his attacks. Shikamaru felt a twinge of irritation, knowing Kabuto was right. With his arm bleeding, he focused on formulating a strategy, but Kabuto's relentless attacks left him little time. However, as he crouched down, he noticed one of the trap wires had been broken, and an idea sparked in his mind. Shikamaru chuckled softly and began to run, this time faster. He intentionally stepped on the trap wires, activating them as he deftly avoided the ensuing chaos while Kabuto pursued him through the trees. Kabuto shouted, questioning if Shikamaru was running away from the fight. Shikamaru responded with a challenge, asking if Kabuto had a problem with that. He continued to sprint until he suddenly stopped, forcing Kabuto to halt as well. Kabuto smirked, asking if Shikamaru had grown tired of fleeing and accepted his fate. In response, Shikamaru began forming hand signs, calmly declaring his technique, Shadow Possession Jutsu. Kabuto dismissed him, claiming that using that technique in this place would be futile. However, Shikamaru laughed, asserting that the real fool was Kabuto. He leaped backward, surprising Kabuto, who expected traps to be present. Shikamaru quickly unleashed his shadow technique, ensnaring Kabuto, who found himself unable to escape. Frustrated, Kabuto shouted about Shikamaru not falling into the traps. Shikamaru explained that while he had pretended to flee, he had been running in circles, activating all the traps and clearing a safe area. He had used that opportunity to create distance and trap Kabuto. As he maneuvered Kabuto out of the cleared circle, he positioned him next to a landmine, adopting a serious expression and asking for any last words. Kabuto's only response was a furious shout before the mine detonated. Moments later, Shikamaru leaped to the top of a tree, spotting Ulquiorra floating in the sky, pointing at Orochimaru, who was on the opposite side. What followed was an overwhelming surge of dark energy that took Shikamaru's breath away for a moment, culminating in a massive explosion. The blast emitted green flames, vaporizing everything within its radius. The shockwave reached Shikamaru, knocking him from the tree despite his firm grip. Smoke and dust quickly enveloped the area. The explosion was so immense that Shikamaru was astonished if it reached less than 300 meters in height. Once the chaos subsided, he struggled to his feet and walked toward Ulquiorra, who stood unharmed, his clothes intact. They were outside the area where the dark Zero had impacted, as all the trees in that vicinity were ablaze. When Ulquiorra noticed Shikamaru approaching, he sheathed his Zanpakuto and placed his hands in his pockets. As Shikamaru reached him, Ulquiorra remarked that he assumed Shikamaru had come because he had defeated his other opponent. Ulquiorra expected a negative response, having not sensed Kabuto's chakra, but was surprised when Shikamaru confirmed it. This piqued Ulquiorra's interest. Shikamaru, weary and slightly injured, didn't have the energy to argue but protested against being called Nara. Ulquiorra, indifferent, turned away, suggesting they return quickly, not wanting to waste time. Shikamaru admitted he couldn't walk and would need to be carried. Ulquiorra positioned himself behind Shikamaru, grabbing his jacket, and with a swift motion, they appeared right behind Asuma Sarutobi. Shikamaru, still astonished by Ulquiorra's speed, leaned against a tree, watching as Ulquiorra observed Asuma's battle against Suigetsu. Shikamaru thought about how Ulquiorra might seem quiet and uncaring, yet he was genuinely reliable. Unbeknownst to him, a faint smile formed on Shikamaru's face as he watched Ulquiorra from behind. The fanfiction belongs to the author, but all credits go to Taiki Kubo and Masashi Kishimoto for the creation of the characters. Meanwhile, at the place where Orochimaru had died, a white serpent emerged from the large crater, and Orochimaru himself began to crawl out, blood trickling from his. He looked around with a serious expression, noting the numerous wounds he bore, even after changing bodies. Ulquiorra observed Asuma as he faced off against Suigetsu, feeling no inclination to interfere, indifferent to the possibility of Asuma getting hurt. A few minutes later, a loud explosion echoed from the area where Choji and Ino were located. Bored with the ongoing battle, Ulquiorra decided to investigate, sensing a significant and agitated chakra. Upon arrival, he saw Choji and Ino, both injured and on the verge of being attacked by Yugo, who was laughing maniacally. Yugo turned to Ulquiorra, shouting in frustration. He questioned who this new figure was, but Ulquiorra remained silent, observing him with his usual indifferent expression. Yugo taunted him, asking if he had come to help the little fools. Ulquiorra replied that he had no intention of interfering in the fight, but Yugo's laughter filled the air as he shouted, questioning whether Ulquiorra was afraid. With a sudden burst of speed, Yugo lunged at Ulquiorra, creating powerful gusts of wind. To Yugo's surprise, Ulquiorra blocked the attack effortlessly with just his arm, despite the size difference. Yugo, taken aback, jumped back, bewildered. He expressed his anger, demanding to know how someone he deemed weak could block his attack. Ulquiorra, intrigued, locked eyes with Yugo, who felt a chill run down his spine. Ulquiorra questioned Yugo's definition of humanity and weakness, wanting to know more about his opponent. When Yugo failed to respond, Ulquiorra decided to press further. In an instant, he appeared in front of Yugo, moving so quickly that the wind whipped through his hair. Yugo barely managed to block a kick from Ulquiorra, but the force sent him flying hundreds of meters away, crashing into the ground with a loud thud. As Yugo lay there, he felt the effects of his cursed seal dissipate, prompting him to flee. He thought he had gained enough distance to escape, but before he knew it, Ulquiorra was right beside him, matching his speed. Just as their eyes met, Ulquiorra swiftly severed the tendons in Yugo's right leg, causing him to stumble and fall, dragging himself along the ground. Once Yugo stopped, he looked up, but the pain was overwhelming. Before he could react, Ulquiorra appeared beside him, hands in his pockets, his expression still indifferent. Ulquiorra asked Yugo what he meant by calling him human. Yugo, terrified, stammered in confusion. Ulquiorra remained silent for a moment before reminding him that he had just called him a weak human. Yugo shook his head, unable to comprehend. With his interest in Yugo waning, Ulquiorra turned away and, with a swift movement, transported Choji and Ino to Shikamaru's side, leaving Shikamaru astonished by the speed of it all. Asuma continued his fight but was momentarily distracted upon seeing Choji and Ino safe. Ulquiorra, lost in thought, observed the battle. Choji, regaining consciousness from the sudden movement, noticed the cuts and wounds on his arm. He then turned to see Ino still unconscious, while Shikamaru leaned against a tree, watching the fight. Confused, Choji looked around and saw Asuma battling with Ulquiorra nearby, hands in pockets. A moment later, Choji snapped to attention and urgently asked Shikamaru what had happened to the attacker. Shikamaru, in his usual calm tone, explained that he had heard loud explosions and that Ulquiorra had brought them there afterward. Worried, Choji noticed Shikamaru's injuries and asked what had happened to him. Shikamaru, preoccupied with the fight and his thoughts, casually mentioned that he had fought a strong opponent but managed to win, smiling to reassure Choji. This eased Choji's worries but also made him reflect on their situation. Feeling down, Choji remarked that it seemed he and Ino were the only ones who couldn't defeat their enemy. Shikamaru, noticing his friend's mood, asked if he was okay. Choji admitted he felt inadequate since he and Ino needed saving while others had succeeded. Shikamaru, listening, wore a concerned expression but also conveyed a sense of understanding. He leaned back against the tree and looked up at the sky. He shared his perspective, stating that needing help wasn't a weakness. Instead, it could strengthen bonds with those who assisted them, making them all stronger. His words offered some motivation to Choji. However, Shikamaru then glanced at Ulquiorra, who remained still, watching the fight, his uniform and hair being tossed by the winds of battle. Ulquiorra was deep in thought, feeling somewhat fatigued by the ongoing conflict. He pondered what to do next, having already completed 2 objectives. Questions lingered in his mind about Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, wondering what had become of them. Kenshin Namikaze, a human, had mentioned something about a brother. This intrigued Ulquiorra greatly. His primary interest was in Kenshin Namikaze. If he was a Namikaze and related to the 4th Hokage, why was he involved with hidden organizations and in debt? The Namikaze family had been among the wealthiest since Minato became Hokage. Ulquiorra glanced in the direction where he had fought Orochimaru. He wasn't entirely sure he had finished him off. Orochimaru possessed a regeneration technique that was remarkably advanced, perhaps even surpassing his own. His Zero Oscuras would have defeated anyone else, but had it truly defeated Orochimaru? With many plans in mind, Ulquiorra wanted to complete this mission quickly. He turned to Asuma and Suigetsu, pulling one hand from his pocket. Asuma looked at Ulquiorra, confused about why he was being told to step back, especially as he noticed Ulquiorra had removed his hand from his pocket. Having read the reports on Ulquiorra's strength, Asuma quickly jumped backward. Suigetsu, watching intently, remarked that there was another leaf ninja who wanted to fight him. Despite his casual tone, he remained focused and did not underestimate either of his opponents. In an instant, Suigetsu saw a flash of black light before Ulquiorra's hand gripped his neck, having closed the distance of 30 meters in the blink of an eye. The force and speed were overwhelming, causing Suigetsu to cough up blood as he was propelled backward. Confused by the otherworldly speed, he found himself airborne before being forcefully kicked down to the ground. In less than a millisecond, he crashed into the earth, creating a massive cloud of dust. Unable to move, his vision began to blur. He saw Ulquiorra appear beside him with his hands in his pockets and heard him say that he would not kill him, as he had no business with him. Ulquiorra instructed him to leave and be grateful for his mercy, as Suigetsu listened with heavy injuries and barely open eyes. From Asuma's perspective, he was in shock witnessing Ulquiorra practically teleport in front of Suigetsu and grip his neck tightly. In less than a millisecond, Ulquiorra had inflicted more damage than anyone else in the entire fight. Asuma's astonishment grew as he watched Ulquiorra, faster than before, ascend high into the sky and kick Suigetsu, creating an explosion that sent shockwaves even to where he and the others stood. Asuma could hardly believe his eyes. For a moment, he thought he might be hallucinating, but no, Ulquiorra, a genin, defied all logic. He turned to his students, who were equally stunned. Before he could look back at the fight, Ulquiorra was already behind him. They needed to leave, Ulquiorra stated, his words brief after what had just transpired. He understood their surprise but felt indifferent to it. One day later, the battle had concluded, and with it, the mission. The team returned to Konoha to report everything that had happened. The Hokage dispatched several Anbu squads to investigate the hideout and search for remnants of the enemies, but they found nothing but craters and destroyed or burned trees. A few hours earlier, in the Hokage's office, Asuma and Shikamaru were discussing the situation with the Hokage. The atmosphere was serious, indicating the delicacy of the matter. Asuma reported that he had never seen anything like it. Even he could not keep up with Ulquiorra's movements. He explained how Ulquiorra had defeated the boy named Suigetsu in less than 2 seconds. It was complicated to describe, but it seemed as if Ulquiorra was teleporting, appearing in different places in a fraction of a second to attack. Suigetsu hadn't even had time to react, despite having a sword. Asuma was certain he wouldn't have been able to react either. After finishing his report, Asuma passed the floor to Shikamaru, who stood beside him. Hiruzen, believing every word Asuma said, especially since Kakashi had mentioned something similar, listened intently. Shikamaru recounted everything from the moment Ulquiorra had saved him from the trap to when he unleashed that strange technique. He admitted that due to the speed of events, he hadn't seen everything clearly, but he felt a strange energy that was definitely not chakra. He assured them that Ulquiorra's destructive power far exceeded any technique they had ever witnessed. Even from 100 meters away, the explosion had caused him harm, and the force of the wind reached him strongly. Once it was over, Ulquiorra had swiftly brought him back to Asuma. Hiruzen, who had been surprised when Shikamaru mentioned Orochimaru's name, was now even more astonished to hear that one of the Sannin had been defeated with a single technique. This revelation was particularly shocking, as Orochimaru was likely on the same level as him, suggesting that Ulquiorra must be at least at the Kage level. Asuma, who had not yet heard Shikamaru's account, was left in shock. Asuma asked the Hokage what he planned to do, still in disbelief. Hiruzen replied that they could not discuss such matters in front of the genin. He then asked Shikamaru to leave, commending him for his excellent work in defeating Kabuto, an enemy far above the level of a jounin, using strategy. Shikamaru would be automatically recommended for the upcoming Chunin exams, which brought a smile to his face as he thanked the Hokage and left the room. Meanwhile, Ulquiorra pondered what to do first: investigate what had happened to Kushina and Minato or look into Kenshin. Ulquiorra decided to take the easiest route, which was to investigate Kenshin, as he was the only one he could easily find and speak to. For some reason, he had developed a bit of trust in that boy. Upon arriving at the hospital, Ulquiorra used his speed to ascend to Kenshin's room. However, upon entering, he discovered that Kenshin was not in his bed and that the window was open. This surprised Ulquiorra slightly, as only a day had passed since he last saw Kenshin, who had still been quite injured. Yet, Ulquiorra maintained his indifferent expression and quickly used his speed to appear on the hospital rooftop. The wind billowed through his uniform as Ulquiorra closed his eyes, attempting to locate Kenshin's chakra. With so many people in the village possessing chakra, it took him a few moments, but he eventually succeeded. Opening his eyes, Ulquiorra turned to face the direction of Kenshin's chakra. He noted to himself that it was 16 kilometers to the southeast, exactly where Danzo had mentioned the Namake's mansion was located. With that thought, Ulquiorra took off swiftly toward the location, his hands tucked in his pockets. Ulquiorra soared through the sky at great speed and height, creating currents of wind around him. Upon reaching the location where he sensed Kenshin's chakra, he found himself in a forest devoid of any buildings or houses. As Ulquiorra descended to the ground and walked through the area, something halted him. He noticed a barrier made of chakra, which piqued his interest, as such a barrier required a significant amount of chakra to create. He intended to place his hand on the barrier again, but was suddenly surrounded by several Anbu operatives, their swords dangerously close to his neck. Ulquiorra scanned the area with his eyes, revealing no hint of reaction. One of the 4 Anbu operatives warned him to leave the area, stating it was restricted. Ulquiorra paused for a moment before inquiring if he was correct in thinking this was the Namake's mansion. The Anbu responded that they had no reason to answer his question and urged him to leave before they were forced to take action. As the Anbu expected him to comply, they were taken by surprise when Ulquiorra struck one of them with a powerful punch, sending the operative flying through several trees. With his hands in his pockets, Ulquiorra observed as the remaining Anbu jumped back in alarm. Before they could react, 2 of them were swiftly incapacitated after Ulquiorra uttered a single word. The last remaining operative was frozen in fear on the ground as Ulquiorra approached him. He calmly stated that if the Anbu did not tell him how to bypass the barrier, he would meet the same fate as the others, offering a moment of mercy. The Anbu, trembling with fear, stammered that one needed to use a blood seal from the Namikaze clan. Upon hearing this, Ulquiorra swiftly ended the operative's life. Inside the Namikaze mansion, the complex was quite large. Between the barrier and the mansion lay a vast garden with fountains, surrounded by walls adorned with the Namikaze clan symbol. A man, no older than 27 and somewhat tall, strolled through his garden. The only illumination on that dark night came from the lights inside the house and the garden, which highlighted specific areas. The man walked peacefully until he heard a distant scream just outside the barrier. He quickly became alert, though he knew the barrier was impenetrable unless one was a Namikaze. Meanwhile, Ulquiorra circled the barrier for several seconds, seeing nothing but trees within it, even as he began to fly over the area. However, due to the presence of the Anbu and the barrier itself, he knew the mansion was there. Unable to find a way in, he recalled the Anbu's words before he had acted. A thought struck him. Since he had once been a Namikaze, perhaps his blood could allow him to bypass the barrier. It was a somewhat foolish idea, given that his body was entirely different, and the last time he had been known as Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze was 275 years ago. Yet, it seemed to be his only option. The barrier reflected any attacks used against it, meaning that if he attempted to use a Zero, he would be the one to suffer the consequences. Ulquiorra descended once more to the front center of the barrier and, with his right hand, cut a vein in his left arm. Blood splattered against the barrier, revealing a seal with a square in the center. The inscription read, Namikaze Clan Seal. Place your finger in the center and imprint it with chakra to pass through the barrier. Ulquiorra followed the instructions, having learned the basics of chakra expulsion. As he looked at the barrier, he noticed it beginning to open, revealing the Namikaze mansion. It resembled more of a castle than a mansion, but Ulquiorra began to walk forward. Now, he could sense Kenshin's chakra much more clearly, as the barrier had obscured it slightly. Hearing footsteps coming from the garden, Ulquiorra used the sound to conceal himself in some bushes. He thought to himself that he needed to enter quietly, as his goal was to investigate what had happened after Naruto Uzumaki's death and to ask Kenshin a few questions. He hoped Kenshin would cooperate this time. However, he felt a chakra very close to him, prompting him to use the sound to reach the roof of the mansion. As he concentrated on locating Kenshin, he sensed at least 10 different chakras inside the mansion, some stronger than others, but all at a level higher than elite Anbu. Ulquiorra intended to enter through a window, but before he could move, he felt a kunai at his neck, catching him by surprise, though he did not show it. For the first time in hundreds of years, a slight expression of surprise crossed his face upon hearing the voice. The voice asked who he was. To Ulquiorra, that voice was unmistakable. It belonged to Minato Namikaze, who was still alive. Flashback 278 years ago. You're not worthy. Leave this house, scum. Those words echoed in the mind of a 5-year-old Naruto as he looked up at his father, who regarded him with the same disdain that the villagers did. His own father was casting him out, filled with hatred. Naruto had never been told why he was hated, so he accepted it all, forcing a smile as he replied, I understand, Dad. Minato continued to look at him with even more disgust. As he walked away, he glanced back at the faint sound of a baby crying his newborn little brother. He held a great fondness for him and was the only one in that house who did not hate him. For some reason he could not remember his name, but with no other options, 5-year-old Naruto decided to leave that house and start living alone, wandering the streets of Konoha. In the present day, Ulquiorra would return to his usual expression and create a sound to distance himself from Minato, surprising him slightly with his speed, though he would not show it. Ulquiorra glanced back to confirm his suspicion. There stood the man who had ruined his life hundreds of years ago, Minato Namikaze. Minato, holding a kunai in hand, asked who he was for the second time and how he had managed to break through the barrier. Ulquiorra placed his hand on the hilt of his sword without drawing it. He replied, with an indifferent expression, that he could hardly contain himself from wanting to take Minato's head. He questioned why Minato was still alive, as he was supposed to have died 6 years after the Kyuubi attack. Minato did not respond to the boy's comment but instead adopted an even more serious expression. For some reason, the boy seemed oddly familiar, though he could not place why, as he had never seen him before. He asked who Ulquiorra was for the third time, warning that next time it would be by force. Ulquiorra responded that he was what Minato's hatred had created. Those words confused Minato, who fell silent for a few seconds before replying that he had no time for this and demanded to know Ulquiorra's name and why a Namikaze was attacking him. Ulquiorra expressed his disgust for the Namikaze name but added that Minato's suffering would be much greater if he revealed his name. He declared that his former name was Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. After all the hatred caused by humans, he had died and been reborn as what he was now. Minato's eyes widened in surprise at those words. He had kept the secret of having a son named Naruto, classified at the highest level, and could not believe what he was hearing. The only people who knew that the boy was his were himself, Kushina, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Sarutobi. Minato stammered in disbelief, while Ulquiorra, maintaining his indifferent expression, locked eyes with him. He asked Minato if he should call him father and demanded to know why everything had happened this way and why he had hated his former self without reason. Each word from Ulquiorra's mouth further astonished Minato, who was slowly beginning to believe that he was indeed Naruto. Ulquiorra expressed his desire to fight Minato but insisted they would not do so in that place. He quickly departed to a more secluded location. Moments later, thanks to the Hiratian seals surrounding the village, Minato appeared in the Forest of Death, face to face with Ulquiorra, who had drawn his Zanpakuto. Minato shouted for Naruto to wait, insisting that they did not have to fight and could resolve this somehow. Ulquiorra coldly replied that this was not something that could be fixed with mere words. Despite his reluctance to fight, Minato saw Ulquiorra charging at him with his sword drawn. The battle began as Ulquiorra lunged at Minato with great speed, who remained still until Ulquiorra was mere centimeters away from him. However, Ulquiorra was taken by surprise when Minato appeared behind him, striking with a Rasengan in his right hand, resulting in a significant explosion. After a few moments, Minato, filled with regret, stared at the large cloud of smoke, believing the fight had ended. To his astonishment, Ulquiorra emerged from the smoke, the wound from the Rasengan still visible, yet he maintained his indifferent expression as he looked at Minato. Ulquiorra thought to himself that Minato was strong and that he could not afford to let his guard down. He had expected strength, but Minato's technique had surprised him. He realized that Minato must have placed the seal on him while he was on the roof and had used a kunai against his neck. The fight continued, with Minato launching a barrage of kunais at Ulquiorra, who thought he could easily dodge them. However, he was shocked to see Minato teleporting to those kunais. Ulquiorra barely managed to block a kick from Minato, and as Minato was momentarily in the air, Ulquiorra seized the opportunity to unleash a Zero. This technique surprised Minato, but he quickly teleported to the side using a kunai he had thrown, narrowly avoiding the Zero. Minato thought that if that technique hit him directly, he would be finished. He had little time to ponder as he had to block another attack from Ulquiorra with his sword, which sent him several meters back due to the force of the blow. Minato anticipated that Ulquiorra would attack again, but instead, Ulquiorra rose several meters into the dark sky and began to speak. He declared that he would use this opportunity to make Minato experience despair, vowing to make every attempt to rise again a living hell for him. Those words surprised and confused Minato, who took a defensive stance, ready to dodge any attack. However, he was taken aback when he saw Ulquiorra raise his sword. In the Namikaze mansion, a woman spoke in a neutral tone, instructing Kenshin to find Minato, who was taking too long. Kenshin nodded and left the table. Stepping outside into the garden, he found it empty. Meanwhile, inside the house, once Kenshin had departed, all eyes turned to the red-haired woman seated at the end of the grand dining table. In the dining room, each person had a gourmet meal in front of them, and they all appeared to be individuals of high status, both economically and physically. The red-haired woman, revealed to be Kushina Uzumaki, stood up to address the clan leaders present. Welcome to this formal meeting, leaders of clans, Inoichi Yamanaka, Shibi Aburame, Choza Akimichi, Hayashi Hyuga, Tsum Inazuka, Shikaku Nara, and last but not least, Tsunade Senju. You have been invited to this mansion tonight to discuss what the Hokage plans regarding the situation with the Cloud Village. Kushina continued, her tone serious. This meeting was arranged by the Hokage, who will join us shortly. As you may know, a strange energy was felt across the entire continent, emanating from the northwest of Konoha. Consequently, several cases have been reported of ninjas from other villages entering the Land of Fire without permission to investigate, as they suspect that this power belongs to us. She paused, her expression grave. Due to this, there have been numerous small skirmishes at the borders of our country involving ninjas from other villages. So far, it hasn't escalated to anything more serious, but it could easily do so. We also do not know if the other villages have made decisions that they have not disclosed to us, so we must be prepared. For this reason, the Hokage has ordered all clan members whose leaders are in this room to undergo intensive training in group coordination and ninja skills. Tsunade, calmly sipping from a glass of wine, stood up. Well, since my clan has no members, I suppose I have no reason to be here, right, Kushina Uzumaki? She directed a look of disdain and frustration toward Kushina, who understood the reason behind her expression and maintained a serious demeanor. The clan leaders watched as Tsunade turned and walked down the dimly lit hallway. Suddenly, Hiruzen Sarutobi appeared, dressed in battle attire, his gaze fixed on Tsunade. She hadn't even noticed his presence until she saw him in his battle gear, something she hadn't witnessed in many years. Most strikingly, he held his staff, Enma, pointed directly at her. "What are you doing, Hiruzen?" Tsunade asked, her expression serious. "Tsunade, this is nothing personal. However, it seems you still harbor resentment toward Konoha for what happened with that demon child. For the sake of Konoha, I must eliminate you here, so please do not resist," Hiruzen stated before launching an attack with his staff. The impact sent Tsunade crashing into a wall, creating a small cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Tsunade was seen with bruises and injuries, having managed to block the attack just in time, though it still caused significant harm. Tsunade glanced to her left and noticed that Kushina was about to strike as well, alongside Hiruzen. What is wrong with these people? Don't they think? She thought, her seriousness deepening as she felt a drop of blood fall from her forehead. Shocked, she lowered her arms to see the blood, momentarily frozen in place. Seizing the opportunity, Hiruzen and Kushina prepared to attack, but they froze as an overwhelming pressure filled the air, unlike anything they had ever experienced. Everyone in the room felt a burning sensation within them and a weight so heavy that it made breathing difficult. Their bodies became completely immobilized, and fear enveloped them. This presence, which was not even chakra, was powerful enough to make the Hokage tremble. For a few seconds, the surroundings, including inside the house, were shrouded in a dense, dark green mist. After a moment, Hiruzen managed to catch his breath, placing a hand on his heart as sweat dripped from his body. He turned toward the direction of the Forest of Death, sensing the source of that energy. Kushina, let's postpone this. I need to take care of something quickly. Due to the distance, it would take Hiruzen a few minutes to reach his destination. He broke a window and dashed away so quickly that a gust of wind followed him. Meanwhile, with Ulquiorra and Minato, who had been very close to Ulquiorra during his transformation, fell to his knees as his energy dissipated. Looking up, he saw Ulquiorra had sprouted two massive black wings resembling those of a bat. His attire had transformed into a long, fitted white tunic that clung to his body. Ulquiorra's hair was slightly longer, and his mask had completed its transformation, covering his entire head but leaving his temples exposed and showcasing different horns than those he had in his sealed state. Floating above, Ulquiorra looked down at Minato, who remained immobilized, and spoke in a calm tone. Do not kneel. Fight me with all your strength until you understand what despair is and what it means to fight with everything you have yet be powerless, Namikaze. Ulquiorra hovered in the air, observing Minato, who was still frozen in place. Ulquiorra felt a bit confused as he hadn't expected Minato to be so weak. However, he was surprised when Minato quickly rose and revealed that he had entered Sage mode. The battle resumed, and Minato appeared behind Ulquiorra, confident that he would land a hit. Yet, Ulquiorra caught his arm and pointed a finger at Minato, unleashing a Zero. Minato, having placed Hirations throughout the field, narrowly dodged the attack, though it singed part of his clothing and left him with minor burns on his skin. Without taking his eyes off Ulquiorra, Minato observed as the Zero struck a distant location, causing a significant tremor that shook the ground beneath them. In an instant, Ulquiorra appeared right in front of Minato, attempting to grab his head to carry him away. However, Minato blocked his hand with a kunai, leaving a small cut on Ulquiorra. In retaliation, Ulquiorra delivered a powerful kick that sent Minato flying through the forest. As Minato soared through the air, he looked up to see Ulquiorra hovering above him, wielding an energy lance. Minato threw a kunai to the side just as Ulquiorra prepared to strike him with the lance. He managed to evade the attack, but the impact of the lance against the ground created a massive cloud of dust, forcing Minato to shield his face. Ulquiorra, moving with incredible speed, quickly dissipated the dust, leaving Minato with no option but to create clones in front of him to absorb the attack. However, they were all destroyed in an instant, and Ulquiorra seized Minato, running through the trees with him while Minato shouted in protest. Taking advantage of the grip, Minato formed a Rasengan and aimed to strike Ulquiorra with it. The impact generated a powerful gust of wind around them, but when Minato regained his senses, he realized that the attack had barely affected Ulquiorra, not even landing a hit. Ulquiorra stopped running and threw Minato to the ground. He looked down at Minato, who was covered in wounds and blood, and asked if this was his strongest technique. Minato, struggling to respond, gazed up at Ulquiorra, his body battered and torn. He managed to stammer out a plea for Naruto, expressing disbelief that he would do this even for revenge. Ulquiorra's expression hardened as he listened to Minato's words, realizing the audacity of his attempt to save himself after everything that had happened. He stepped closer, and with his lightning lance, he pierced Minato's torso in a non-lethal area. The battle had taken them far from their original location, but the destruction was so extensive that it could be seen from the village, which was at least 10 kilometers away. Minato cried out in pain, writhing as Ulquiorra left the lance embedded in him. The lance burned intensely, causing him immense suffering. Ulquiorra, returning to his indifferent demeanor, calmly asked why Minato had made him suffer all those years and then expelled him from his home without cause. Minato, still in agony, managed to respond that it was because Ulquiorra was a demon, and he still was, cursing him for the countless innocent lives lost. Ulquiorra paused for a moment, allowing Minato a brief respite before delivering a powerful kick that sent him soaring to the top of a mountain, causing part of it to collapse and creating a massive cloud of dust. Minato, struggling to breathe, found himself lying in a pool of his own blood, hoping for someone to save him. However, Ulquiorra appeared before him, hovering in the air. At this point, Minato understood that there was nothing he could do against Ulquiorra and simply watched as he approached slowly. Once beside Minato, Ulquiorra grasped the fabric around his neck and lifted him a few inches off the ground. He mentioned encountering a boy named Kenshin Namikaze and questioned what a Namikaze was doing in debt and living outside the mansion. Minato, with a hint of defiance, replied that Kenshin was just as useless as Ulquiorra, and they had left him to fend for himself, though he still occasionally showed up. Hearing this, Ulquiorra considered inflicting more pain on Minato but realized that he was already too weak, and any further injury could be fatal. Instead, he asked if Kenshin Namikaze was the brother of his former self. Minato chuckled weakly and confirmed with a simple, yes. Ulquiorra then threw him to the ground and began to inflict cuts across Minato's body, causing him to writhe in agony until he finally succumbed. Ulquiorra looked down at him and muttered a disdainful remark before deactivating his resurrection. Meanwhile, Sarutobi, who was approaching the scene, could only see the silhouette of someone atop a mountain illuminated by the moonlight, but it vanished suddenly. 2 minutes later, Sarutobi arrived at the mountain, shocked by the scene before him. He saw Minato lying on the ground, surrounded by a pool of blood. Cuts marred his body, and a wound in his chest marked the work of a notorious killer who had already caused trouble in the village. Sarutobi, unable to comprehend what he was witnessing, felt a chill run down his spine. The wound in Minato's chest signified a threat that had been lurking in the shadows. Sarutobi quickly connected the dots, recalling the deaths of several root Anbu in an alley and the demise of other ninjas who had met the same fate. It was the same perpetrator, yet Sarutobi could hardly believe that someone even stronger than himself had been taken down in such a manner. He struggled to understand the motive behind these murders, as they seemed unrelated. All he knew was that the deaths of the Anbu, Danzo, and Minato were linked to the same individual. Dark times were approaching, and the news would be devastating for the villagers. They would have to explain the destruction outside the village, Minato's death, and why he was still alive, which would likely lead to a shift in Konoha's government. A few minutes later, around 100 people arrived, including doctors, Sarutobi's personal guards, curious ninjas, and nearby residents. The presence of so many people was already a significant issue, but the real trouble would begin when they returned to the village. 12 hours after Minato's death, at 1:13 p.m., Hiruzen gazed out of the Hokage office window, observing smoke rising from various locations in the village. Attempts had been made to conceal Minato's death, but due to the presence of ninjas who shouldn't have been there and the residents living close to the incident, information spread rapidly. To prevent further chaos, Hiruzen decided to reveal the truth. He ordered several journalists to report that Minato had been alive for the past 4 years, alongside Kushina, living outside the village. They were also instructed to write about how Minato was found on the ground. The leaders of the strongest clans in the village were interviewed, and with the Hokage's permission, they spoke about their activities over the past 4 years. However, when questioned about why they had hidden the fact that Minato and Kushina were alive, no one had an answer. These revelations sparked massive protests, with tens of thousands of citizens confused and distrustful of the government. Ninjas sent to restore order in the streets were attacked and could not retaliate, as harming civilians would escalate the situation further, making a coup only a matter of time. Many citizens began to burn businesses and loot them. While ninjas were permitted to neutralize civilians, the sheer number of people entering the stores made it impossible for a large squad to stop them. The Chunin and Anbu were divided into 2 factions: those who felt betrayed by the Konoha Council and government but still protected them, and those who felt betrayed and fought against them. Both civilians and Jounins from both sides began to question other truths and secrets that had been kept hidden by the village and needed to be revealed. Meanwhile, Ulquiorra walked in his torn uniform with his hands in his pockets, passing by a shop called Ichiraka Ramen, where Kakashi, Asuma, and Irika were gathered. Kakashi, recalling a night on the rooftop when he had opened up to Ulquiorra, invited him for ramen. Ulquiorra paused, looking at Kakashi with his usual expression, and declined, stating he didn't need to eat. Asuma, with a warm smile, suggested they drink something instead, knowing Ulquiorra was of age, or at least appeared to be. Intrigued by the idea of drinking, as alcohol was something humans consumed frequently, Ulquiorra hesitated but decided to join them, sitting between Kakashi and Asuma. Kakashi expressed his happiness that Ulquiorra had come, to which Ulquiorra simply nodded. Kakashi, accustomed to Ulquiorra's demeanor, didn't react much to his brief response. Moments later, Tucci served 3 bottles of ikemen and 2 bowls of ramen for Asuma and Kakashi. Unsure of how to drink, Ulquiorra carefully opened a bottle, sniffed it, and then drank it without pause, surprising Kakashi and Asuma, who realized he had likely never consumed alcohol before. Asuma and Kakashi exchanged nervous glances, knowing one of them would have to take Ulquiorra home. Breaking the silence, Ulquiorra remarked that it tasted good, prompting a nervous response from Asuma and Kakashi. After a few more sips from Asuma and Kakashi, who were engaged in conversation, Kakashi turned his attention to Ulquiorra, who seemed completely unfazed. He mentioned that he had recommended Ulquiorra, Sasuke, and Sakura for the Chunin exams, though he was uncertain when they would take place due to Minato's situation. Asuma, slightly tipsy, remarked that Ulquiorra was indeed strong. Ulquiorra paid close attention to Asuma, observing how the alcohol affected his behavior. He then turned to Kakashi and inquired about the Chunin exams. Kakashi, surprised, took the time to explain everything. They listened to Asuma ramble for a few minutes until an Anbu arrived to inform Kakashi and Ulquiorra that Team 7 was to report to the Hokage's office. Just as Ulquiorra was about to leave for the office, Kakashi stopped him, wanting to share something that piqued Ulquiorra's interest. Kakashi expressed his gratitude for Ulquiorra's words from that night on the rooftop, admitting that they had helped him overcome a recurring nightmare. Ulquiorra, maintaining his usual expression, replied that there was no need for thanks before heading to the Hokage's office. A few minutes later, Ulquiorra arrived to find Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura already present. They exchanged glances before returning their focus to Hiruzen. Hiruzen began by commending them on their teamwork during their recent missions, stating that their efforts made the tasks much easier. He announced that he had decided to accept their recommendation for the upcoming Chunin exams, which would take place in a week. They had this time to prepare both physically and mentally. Normally, they would have more notice, but due to current issues, the schedule had to be adjusted. Kakashi, surprised by Hiruzen's announcement, respectfully questioned whether a week was sufficient for newly graduated genin to participate in the exams. Hiruzen acknowledged Kakashi's concerns but emphasized the need to develop capable ninjas quickly due to the ongoing situation with other villages. With no further objections, Kakashi accepted Hiruzen's decision. Hiruzen then granted permission for the three of them, along with all genin accepted into the Chunin exams, to leave the village for training purposes. They could go wherever they needed to train. Sakura, Sasuke, and Ulquiorra exited the room, leaving Kakashi alone with Hiruzen, who had a serious expression. Hiruzen expressed his regrets regarding Minato, apologizing for hiding the truth and for his death. Kakashi responded that it was understandable, but he wondered if that was the reason for the summons. Hiruzen, relieved that Kakashi held no resentment, confirmed that it was not the reason. He then instructed his Anbu to create a sound barrier around the office. Hiruzen's tone shifted as he prepared to share something important with Kakashi. Flashback, 6 weeks earlier. After Ulquiorra had been captured by the Anbu, who intended to restrain him to allow another Anbu to escape and inform the Hokage, he managed to break free from his stone prison. In the process, he eliminated 3 Anbu. Although he could not sense the chakra of the fleeing Anbu, he calculated the distance based on the direction taken and the time spent in confinement. He unleashed a dark energy attack, declaring it would suffice. From the perspective of the fleeing Anbu, he had exerted himself to run as fast as possible. Exhausted, he paused for a moment to catch his breath when he was caught off guard by a dark energy explosion that struck 20 meters away. The blast sent him flying, and a branch from a tree pierced through his torso, causing a severe injury. Fortunately, he landed in the branches of nearby trees, which cushioned his fall. Despite his luck, the injury from the explosion left him unconscious for several hours. When he regained consciousness, he attempted to rise but found the wounds still present, only temporarily stopped from bleeding due to the pressure from his Anbu vest. Utilizing his basic medical ninjutsu training, he managed to treat the injury enough to prevent further bleeding, although the deep wound remained. Surviving on animals and fish he caught with kunai, the Anbu endured for 5 weeks before finally healing enough to make his way back to Konoha. The journey took longer than expected, as the trauma from his injuries left him unable to move at ninja speed. He arrived in the village about 7 hours after Minato's death, amidst chaos and protests. Ignoring the turmoil, he leaped across rooftops to avoid civilian attacks and reached the Hokage's office, where he recounted the events and described the monstrous figure that had slain his comrades. Present day. Kakashi struggled to comprehend what Hiruzen had revealed. Hiruzen summoned the Anbu to enter the office and show his wound. Kakashi was taken aback, placing a hand on his head in disbelief. He knew Ulquiorra was powerful and carried a dark aura, yet he had learned to trust him after their deep conversation that night. The Anbu's chest wounds, consistent with Ulquiorra's attacks, led to the conclusion that Ulquiorra had been responsible for Danzo's death. Thanks to the energy felt during each fight, it was determined that Kakashi was the one who had killed Minato. Kakashi was at a loss, unsure of how to react. The only person who had opened his heart a little over the years was Ulquiorra, and he was the one who had taken the life of his former master. Kakashi pondered the situation, feeling a mix of surprise and melancholy as he stared at the ground. Hiruzen also looked down, showing both interest and sadness. "That's something we still need to uncover, Kakashi," Hiruzen remarked, meeting Kakashi's gaze. "Then what will happen to him?" Kakashi asked, still shocked and somewhat pained. However, as a leaf ninja, he knew he had to approach the situation as a jounin and not take it personally, as Kakashi Hatake. His feelings had to take a back seat in such circumstances. He reflected on how the words of the very person who had become his enemy reminded him that Minato's legacy lived on in his heart and in those he had trusted. It was somewhat ironic that the words of his adversary helped him find solace. "We've devised an improvised plan. It may change over time, but here it is." During the final stage of the Chunin exams in the combat arena, when it's Ulquiorra's turn to fight, all the Jounin masters, 5 special Anbu squads, and even I will attack him simultaneously in an attempt to defeat him with a single strike. Kakashi listened intently and nodded in agreement. Hiruzen continued, emphasizing the importance of secrecy. "You cannot reveal this information to anyone except the Jounin masters, as they have all been informed. You must pretend you know nothing until that day. Understood, Kakashi?" Kakashi nodded again, and Hiruzen granted him permission to leave. From this point on, everything would spiral out of control, leading to a few chapters before a great battle ensued. Thank you for reading the story as always. 20 minutes later, Ulquiorra walked through the village with his hands in his pockets when he was interrupted by Sasuke, who had been searching for him since he left the Hokage's office. Sasuke, slightly out of breath, leaned on his knees to catch his breath and exclaimed that he finally found Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra merely glanced at Sasuke without saying a word. Sasuke, regaining his composure, asked Ulquiorra if he could help him with something. Ulquiorra maintained his indifferent expression and replied that he didn't have time, lying because he simply wanted to be alone. Sasuke insisted that the Hokage had said everyone would be free for a week before the exams, but Ulquiorra continued to observe the scene, contemplating how to avoid being bothered, yet he had no response. Finally, Ulquiorra asked Sasuke what he needed help with, realizing there was no way to shake him off. He knew that if he used sound to escape, Sasuke would likely chase after him. Sasuke declared that he needed training, and upon hearing this, Ulquiorra turned to walk away. He simply stated, "No," but Sasuke quickly blocked his path, pleading for just one session of training. He expressed that Ulquiorra was strong, and with his help, he could achieve his goal. Ulquiorra, feeling somewhat exhausted by the persistence, replied that he had things to do and couldn't waste time on this. As he walked past Sasuke, who looked defeated, Ulquiorra suddenly stopped and turned to face him. Seeing Sasuke's downcast expression, he offered to train him if he found Sasuke's goal interesting. Sasuke, confused yet slightly more hopeful, asked about his goal. Ulquiorra listened as Sasuke revealed that his objective was to defeat Itachi Uchiha. With his hands still in his pockets, Ulquiorra noted that Sasuke wanted revenge for the massacre of his clan. This blunt observation irritated Sasuke, but he held back his anger, knowing he didn't want to miss the chance for training. Ulquiorra confirmed that Sasuke sought strength for vengeance, and Sasuke nodded in agreement. Intrigued by Sasuke's determination, Ulquiorra agreed to train him, prompting a small victorious smile from Sasuke. However, Ulquiorra clarified that the only thing Sasuke would be training was his physical strength, as he did not know ninjutsu and could not teach him to use ryatsu. They agreed on the terms of their training and began a week of intense preparation. Meanwhile, Sakura spent her days searching for Sasuke to invite him out, feeling a bit down when she couldn't find him. Team Asuma was busy as well. Ino and Choji felt the need to train after Ulquiorra saved them from an enemy, which sparked a desire to improve. Shikamaru spent his time playing shogi with his father, believing it wasn't real training, but his father understood the importance of learning strategies. Team Kurenai trained with Hinata and Kiba, where Hinata focused on her improvement while Kiba was there to watch her, secretly enamored. Team Might Guy was among the most dedicated, with Niji, Tenten, and Rock Lee undergoing rigorous physical training. Tenten gathered seals and weapons, Niji honed his Byakugan and techniques, while Rock Lee pushed himself to train 3 times harder than the others. As the week passed, the first day of the Chunin exam arrived. The examination room was filled with numerous ninjas from various villages. Following the Hokage's orders, teams were required to enter together and separate once inside. Ulquiorra walked behind Sakura and Sasuke, who was slightly annoyed by Sakura's constant complaints about his absence over the past week. Sasuke responded with brief affirmations as they approached the room. Once inside, they saw at least 150 students, and while Sakura and Sasuke recognized their former academy classmates, Ulquiorra searched for a place to sit. As he entered, his striking appearance quickly drew the attention of everyone in the room. Ulquiorra remained unfazed by the gazes of the other ninjas, dismissing them as mere distractions. He chose a seat away from his team to avoid any interruptions. The exam began, and Ibiki entered to explain the rules. Ulquiorra looked at the paper and pencil with disdain, expecting the exams to start with battles, feeling that being there reduced him to just another student. The exam proceeded as usual, with many using techniques to cheat or gather information from others. However, Ulquiorra, despite the complexity of the questions, quickly analyzed the problems and provided answers. At the end of the test, it was revealed that the true objective was to assess the genin's ability to gather information secretly, meaning that cheating was essentially the right approach, provided one had the skill to do so without being caught. After the test concluded, the second phase began. Anko Mitarashi surprised everyone by entering through the window and instructed the remaining genin to report to the Forest of Death. Upon arrival, Anko handed out consent forms for participants to sign, stating that the trainers would not be held responsible for any fatalities. She then explained the second exam's premise. Teams would compete to obtain 2 scrolls, named Heaven and Earth. There were no rules, death was not prohibited, and any form of combat was permitted. In conclusion, any means to obtain those 2 scrolls was approved. Half of the teams possessed a Heaven scroll, while the other half had a Earth scroll. There was a time limit of 5 days to reach the tower and deliver the scrolls. Anko had finished her explanation and was about to let the genin begin. The genin quickly formed teams and scattered into the forest through various entrances and directions. The exam had started. Ulquiorra chose to follow Sakura and Sasuke, as Anko had explained that if one member of a team died, the entire team would fail. This meant he had to stay close to them at all times, which was somewhat of a headache. However, he had previously established some understanding with Sasuke due to their training together. Team 7 was assigned the Earth Scroll, so their objective was to find a team with a Heaven Scroll. Ulquiorra could accomplish this in under 5 minutes and reach the tower in mere seconds, but he preferred to take his time, as there were several individuals he was interested in observing. Among them was Shikamaru Nara, whose analytical way of thinking intrigued Ulquiorra, as it was somewhat similar to his own. He was also curious to see how Sasuke would develop thanks to their training. Before entering the area, there were some skirmishes among the genin, one of which involved a red-haired boy named Gaara. Ulquiorra noted Gaara's strength compared to the other genin and sensed a rather ominous chakra within him. There were others who piqued his interest, such as Niji Hyuga and Rock Lee, but he decided to leave them for later, planning to focus on them in the next phase of the exams if time permitted. Team 7 leaped between branches for several minutes until they encountered a team from the Sand Village. Sasuke and Sakura took defensive positions while Ulquiorra observed from a branch a bit further back. The Sand team attacked Sasuke and Sakura, and with a swift movement, Sasuke struck one of them in the face, causing him to fall. As he fell, Sasuke delivered a kick that knocked him out. The remaining attacker attempted to strike Sakura, but Sasuke intervened once again to save her. The last member of the Sand team tried to take advantage of Ulquiorra's distance from the others to capture him, but was shocked when, as he reached for Ulquiorra's neck, his arm was suddenly severed, causing him to faint from the pain and speed of the attack. Sakura was astonished by Sasuke's speed and strength, and somewhat horrified by the brutality with which Ulquiorra handled the situation. The most surprising part was that neither Sasuke nor Sakura had seen Ulquiorra move to disarm the attacker. They discovered the scroll on one of the ninjas Sasuke had knocked out, only to find it was the Earth Scroll, forcing them to continue their search for more teams. Ulquiorra followed his team until he sensed a familiar chakra a few kilometers to the right. This chakra exuded a strong killing intent and was quite powerful. Suddenly, Ulquiorra stopped on a tree branch, prompting Sasuke and Sakura to do the same, confused by his sudden halt. Sakura asked what he was doing, her voice tinged with irritation as they had no time to waste. Ulquiorra turned to Sasuke and, with his typical expression and tone, instructed them to hide. He emphasized that if either of them died, he would fail the exam. This irritated Sasuke, who felt insulted by the implication that they were weak. Ulquiorra, maintaining his expression, ignored Sasuke's frustration and stated he had something to take care of, urging them not to die until he arrived before departing swiftly, further angering Sasuke. Meanwhile, Ulquiorra flew through the towering trees with his hands in his pockets. He was almost certain that the individual he sought had not perished. However, after the dark attack that had struck him directly, it was surprising for a human to still be alive. Upon reaching the location, he witnessed a chaotic scene. A light-skinned woman with long black hair, dark eyes, and thin lips was engaged in battle with a group of shinobi from the grass village, while the team led by Asuma fought nearby. The ground was littered with the fallen bodies of genin, with only Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji still standing. Upon seeing Ulquiorra, the woman smiled wickedly and extended her unusually long tongue, liking the kunai in her hand. She greeted him with a sinister tone, expressing pleasure at seeing him again. Ulquiorra, with his usual indifference, inquired how she had survived his attack and how she had learned his name. The woman laughed in response, explaining that it had been easy to gather information about him before arriving there. She revealed that she had regenerated multiple times while his attack had struck her, indicating that defeating her would require more than just power. Ulquiorra remained silent, turning his attention to the grass ninjas as they continued to clash with Asuma's team. Shikamaru had been listening intently to the conversation between Ulquiorra and Orochimaru when a sudden fear distracted him. The revelation that the person Ulquiorra had fought was still alive caused him to falter, and a ninja from the grass village seized the opportunity to land a blow to his abdomen, forcing him to his knees. Ulquiorra had no intention of assisting Team Asuma. In his view, the only one worth his attention was Shikamaru. He was merely interested in observing how Shikamaru performed in battle, so helping him seemed pointless. However, Orochimaru noticed that Ulquiorra appeared unconcerned about the genin from his own village being attacked, and a smile crept onto his face. He remarked that it seemed Ulquiorra was interested in watching their fight. But then he provocatively asked what Ulquiorra would do if he decided to engage in the battle himself. Ulquiorra, maintaining his typical calm demeanor, replied that he would simply eliminate Orochimaru again, as he would be interrupting his objective. This response seemed to challenge Orochimaru, who smirked and quickly lunged toward Team Asuma. Without difficulty, Ulquiorra used sound to appear directly in front of Orochimaru, blocking his kunai with his bare wrist, creating sparks from the friction. Orochimaru, surprised by this unexpected defense, was taken aback. It felt as though Ulquiorra's skin was made of iron. Ulquiorra remained calm and indifferent, with one hand in his pocket, not moving an inch despite Orochimaru's attack. Regaining his composure, Orochimaru launched a series of rapid attacks, but Ulquiorra effortlessly dodged or blocked them. Each successful evasion only fueled Orochimaru's anger, as this encounter was proving to be much different from their previous one. Ulquiorra seemed significantly stronger. Frustrated, Orochimaru shouted in disbelief about Ulquiorra's newfound strength. He then revealed the Kusanagi sword from his mouth, catching Ulquiorra off guard and managing to cut his arm. Ulquiorra jumped back, observing his severed arm on the ground. Seeing that his surprise attack had succeeded, Orochimaru calmed slightly, a confident smile forming as he watched Ulquiorra retreat. He taunted Ulquiorra, asking if he had forgotten about the sword. Yet, Ulquiorra remained indifferent, even after losing his arm. He stated that he couldn't block the attack with his hand, but if that was all Orochimaru had, he was quite disappointed. Orochimaru, now irritated by Ulquiorra's words, charged at him, expecting Ulquiorra to draw his Zanpakuto. Instead, Ulquiorra simply dodged the attack and positioned himself a few meters behind Orochimaru. Turning quickly, Orochimaru anticipated a Siro attack, but was startled to see Ulquiorra's arm had regenerated as he casually placed his hands back in his pockets. Ulquiorra explained that he had become stronger and was ready to demonstrate why. He appeared beside Orochimaru and delivered a powerful kick, which Orochimaru barely blocked with the blunt edge of his sword. The force of the kick sent Orochimaru crashing into a tree. Quickly recovering, Orochimaru attempted to reassess his options, but Ulquiorra interrupted him with a calm statement about their first encounter, revealing that he had not even used half of his power back then. Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock as Ulquiorra continued, explaining that he had only employed techniques that did not require his resurrection. Orochimaru, now both surprised and confused, wondered what resurrection meant. As he braced himself, Ulquiorra added that if Orochimaru could not defeat him without using his full power before, now that he had regained strength, he wouldn't even need to draw his Zanpakuto. Those words ignited a simmering rage within Orochimaru, though he masked it with a smile. In a cowardly attempt to mentally pressure Ulquiorra, he turned his attention back to Team Asuma, where only Choji and Shikamaru remained standing, while Ino lay injured on the ground. Orochimaru charged directly at Shikamaru, who, caught off guard by Orochimaru's speed, closed his eyes in anticipation of the blow. To his surprise, Ulquiorra shielded him, blocking the attack with his bare hand on the Kusanagi sword. Ulquiorra reiterated that Shikamaru was weak before delivering a kick to Orochimaru's stomach, sending him flying into the forest and creating a cloud of dust. Once it seemed Orochimaru had been dealt with, Ulquiorra turned to Shikamaru and Choji, who wore expressions of pure astonishment. Orochimaru's subordinates stood frozen in shock, fearing Ulquiorra would eliminate them next. Instead, he walked a few meters away, gesturing that he still wanted to observe the fight. Still in disbelief, Orochimaru's subordinates thought Ulquiorra was insane, believing a miracle had occurred. They resumed battling against the already wounded Shikamaru and Choji. However, a dozen genin teams surrounded the area, all watching intently as the confrontation unfolded between Shikamaru, Choji, and Orochimaru's remaining subordinates. Choji and Shikamaru, already quite injured, stood back to back, staring at the large number of genin surrounding them in the branches. Ulquiorra, who hadn't anticipated so many genin from different teams allied under Orochimaru's command to eliminate Shikamaru and Choji, maintained his indifferent expression as he observed the scene. Shikamaru, unsure of what to do, fell into his strategic thinking position. Choji, recognizing this and understanding its significance, took a defensive stance to protect Shikamaru, giving him time to devise a plan. After a few tense seconds, as the ninjas prepared to attack, Shikamaru's eyes widened suddenly, indicating he had come up with an idea. He glanced back at Ulquiorra, who had both hands in his pockets, watching the unfolding scene with his usual indifference. Shikamaru called out to Ulquiorra, who turned to face him without uttering a word. Shikamaru expressed his need to talk, and although Ulquiorra already knew what he would say, he wanted to hear it directly from him. He was curious to see how Shikamaru would ask for help in such a dire situation, wanting to assess whether his interest in the boy was justified. As Ulquiorra approached, the genin on the branches tensed, recalling what Ulquiorra had done to Orochimaru. When he stood before Shikamaru, he asked what was happening, his tone and expression remaining indifferent. Shikamaru, observing Ulquiorra intently, began to speak. He admitted that he didn't like asking for help, but they were in a tight spot, and Ulquiorra's strength could make a difference. He acknowledged that they didn't know each other well and that helping them wouldn't benefit Ulquiorra, yet he wanted to protect his friends and uphold the name of the Leaf Village. Shikamaru's serious gaze reflected sincerity rather than demanding respect. Ulquiorra, with his usual impassive look, replied that he saw no reason to care about Shikamaru's personal matters or the reputation of the village, as he had no emotional connection to either. Shikamaru frowned slightly at Ulquiorra's words, realizing his strategy was becoming complicated. However, improvising, he responded that he understood Ulquiorra's stance. He pointed out that having observed Ulquiorra fight against Orochimaru, he realized Ulquiorra was not indifferent to battle. Shikamaru noted Ulquiorra's interest in the emotions of others and his curiosity about how they faced difficult moments. He proposed that this could be a great opportunity for Ulquiorra to continue observing them in future battles, suggesting that their collaboration could benefit them both. Ulquiorra was genuinely surprised by Shikamaru's articulate response. How could a 12-year-old articulate his thoughts so efficiently? Despite his usual lack of emotional expression, Ulquiorra felt compelled to maintain eye contact with Shikamaru, intrigued by his perspective. Ulquiorra acknowledged Shikamaru's point, stating that while he had no interest in the boy's emotions or connections to the village, he could not deny the logic in his words. He agreed to Shikamaru's proposal, not out of shared cause but because it was convenient for him. Shikamaru smiled, pleased with Ulquiorra's acceptance, as it exceeded his expectations. Ulquiorra's decision to cooperate would depend on Shikamaru's response, but the boy's insight had struck a chord. Through this interaction, Ulquiorra would gain a better understanding of human nature and, for some reason, develop a bond of respect for Shikamaru, something he hadn't felt in a long time. The last time he had experienced such a feeling was centuries ago with Aizen, based solely on power. Yet this 12-year-old had earned it through his worldview and nature. As the waiting ninjas finally charged at Team Asuma and Ulquiorra, the battle commenced. Shikamaru and Choji, still capable of fighting, took their stances and began to engage their opponents. Ulquiorra dispatched the genin with ease, choosing to take them down one by one rather than finishing quickly. Occasionally he would save Choji or Shikamaru from an attacking ninja until none remained. With the enemies defeated, Shikamaru and Choji joyfully exclaimed that they had survived. Kakashi began to scratch his head nervously, trying to justify himself. He explained that the book was not inappropriate, it merely helped one understand human nature. To both Kakashi's and Sasuke's surprise, Ulquiorra expressed interest in the book and asked if he could borrow it. Kakashi, taken aback, agreed, unaware of Ulquiorra's true nature. As Ulquiorra opened the book and read a line that described a boy kissing someone and asking if they liked it, he became engrossed in the content. After a moment, he closed the book and stated that he would take it with him. Ulquiorra observed the scene with his usual impassive expression while Shikamaru and Choji helped Ino to her feet, resting beneath a tree. He turned his gaze toward the spot where he had kicked Orochimaru, lost in thought. He reasoned that Orochimaru was obviously not dead, but he doubted he would attack again for a while. However, he wondered what Orochimaru was doing there as a rogue ninja. Shikamaru interrupted Ulquiorra's thoughts, asking what he planned to do next. Ulquiorra turned to him and replied that he would investigate something. He paused for a moment, pointing to the pile of defeated genin on the ground. He suggested that it was impossible for none of those teams to have the scroll they needed to pass, urging them to search and head to the tower. Ulquiorra was particularly interested in keeping them alive, especially Shikamaru, so he needed them to pass the exam. Shikamaru nodded in response, and Ulquiorra took off in a direction. Shikamaru looked at his teammates, who had been listening to the conversation. Ino expressed her gratitude to Shikamaru for convincing Ulquiorra to help them, while Choji wore a serious and contemplative expression. Shikamaru, not wanting to dwell on it, began to speak. He mentioned that, for some reason, he couldn't fully trust Ulquiorra, despite having been saved. Ulquiorra's indifference and the atmosphere around him felt abnormal, and Shikamaru advised Choji not to trust him again. Meanwhile, Ulquiorra was flying toward his team. Upon arrival, he saw Sasuke and Sakura seemingly planning something. As he approached, he noticed Sasuke lying on the ground, injured, with Sakura beside him in distress. Sakura looked alarmed, tears on her face, but calmed down when she saw Ulquiorra, who walked over to Sasuke. Noticing that the only place Sasuke was bleeding was his neck, Ulquiorra examined him closely. He also noticed that Sakura was injured but still conscious. Ulquiorra took Sasuke's wrist and checked for a pulse, confirming he was still alive before releasing his hand and looking at Sakura again. He asked her what had happened. Sakura, still crying, explained that Sasuke had fought against a girl and lost, tears falling onto Sasuke's shirt. Listening intently, Ulquiorra quickly deduced that the girl must have been Orochimaru, given Sasuke's training. He pondered why Sasuke had only bled from his neck. As he turned Sasuke's head slightly, he saw a dark mark with 3 tomo beside 2 fangs, which intrigued him. However, even with the knowledge that Orochimaru was responsible, he felt powerless to act at that moment. Ulquiorra wanted to finish the exam, having observed those he was interested in, leaving the others for later. He didn't want to carry Sasuke to the tower, so he gently nudged him to see if he would wake up, but he did not. Ulquiorra then addressed Sakura, instructing her that if they were attacked, she should raise her chakra and he would come for her. His words surprised Sakura, who wiped her tears away. Ulquiorra's calm and decisive actions left her bewildered. She asked where he was going, her voice weak and reflecting her distress. Ulquiorra stated he was going to find the missing scroll. He turned and set off in search of the first team he could find. Meanwhile, Sakura, seeing him leave, carefully lifted Sasuke onto her back. Struggling, she made her way to a small cave hidden beneath a large tree. The place was dark but safe from potential attackers. Sakura felt deeply troubled, not only because Sasuke had lost the fight and been injured but also because she felt useless. She had spent all her time before the exam searching for him instead of training. Now, she felt like a burden, following orders and crying over her injured prince. After ensuring Sasuke was safe, she made the risky decision to venture out and gain battle experience. It was foolish, as her death would mean failure for the team, but she preferred that to remaining useless, taking orders, and lamenting Sasuke's condition. Meanwhile, Ulquiorra was swiftly leaping through the trees until he unexpectedly encountered a team he hadn't anticipated. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the red-haired boy named Gaara with his team. None of the three appeared injured and were standing around a pile of defeated genin. Ulquiorra, already intrigued by Gaara, decided to speak with him before taking his scroll. The three genin were about to leave, having found no valid scrolls, but were taken by surprise when Ulquiorra appeared before them. Ulquiorra appeared with both hands in his pockets, a few meters away from them. Kankuro and Temari were quite surprised by the speed of his arrival and quickly fell into a defensive stance. Meanwhile, Gaara, positioned between them, simply regarded Ulquiorra with his typical, unsettling gaze. He inquired about Ulquiorra's identity in a calm tone, recognizing the abnormal speed and strength he possessed. As Gaara observed Ulquiorra, the latter responded that his name was of no importance, but he noted that Gaara had mercilessly taken the lives of all those genin. Ulquiorra's impassive demeanor and the words, mercilessly, caused Gaara to frown slightly. Sensing the tension, Kankuro and Temari prepared to strike, but Gaara raised his arm, signaling them to stop. Surprised and fearful, Kankuro and Temari obeyed the command. Gaara pressed Ulquiorra with questions, his voice steady as he asked if he believed that Mother was merciless and whether he felt any pity for the fallen. He hoped his words would provoke a reaction from Ulquiorra, but he became slightly alarmed when he noticed that Ulquiorra displayed even fewer emotions than he did. Ulquiorra clarified that he was not referring to that. He could clearly see the darkness emanating from Gaara. Although he did not fully understand human emotions, he could recognize the poison of resentment and hatred. This statement ignited anger within Gaara, as he felt that Ulquiorra's words threatened to invade his mind. The mention of resentment, coming from someone who had not suffered, stirred a boiling rage within him. With a manic smile on his face, but anger evident in his demeanor, Gaara began to speak. He questioned Ulquiorra's ability to recognize hatred and resentment, suggesting that he must have experienced something significant to understand it. Otherwise, he found it irritating for someone to speak without truly comprehending his feelings. Gaara gritted his teeth, maintaining his smile as he fixed his gaze on Ulquiorra. Gaara would launch his sand towards Ulquiorra, intent on defeating him and making him suffer. Confident that his sand would ensnare Ulquiorra, Gaara was taken aback when Ulquiorra appeared behind him in the blink of an eye. Reacting quickly, Gaara turned his head and saw Ulquiorra with both hands in his pockets. Gaara and his two siblings jumped back, sensing that Ulquiorra did not seem inclined to attack. That speed surprised even Gaara, who now felt an even stronger urge to eliminate Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra calmly acknowledged the hatred and resentment he sensed, having experienced similar feelings towards those he once trusted and cared for. Gaara was startled by these words, unsure whether to believe him, but they resonated with his own emotions. Ulquiorra appeared ready to continue speaking, prompting Gaara to remain silent and listen. Ulquiorra inquired if Gaara had ever felt hatred towards those who pretended to be on his side only to betray him. As he walked towards Gaara, his words left Gaara astonished, causing him to take hesitant steps backward as Ulquiorra approached. Ulquiorra then asked why Gaara felt such hatred, suddenly stopping in his tracks. Gaara, overwhelmed by Ulquiorra's presence and words, found himself unable to articulate a response. Ulquiorra, genuinely intrigued by Gaara's deep-seated hatred, seemed to have struck a chord with his words. However, the moment for deeper conversation had passed, as Gaara's fears silenced him. Ulquiorra decided to leave this opportunity for another time. With a swift motion, he appeared behind Gaara, knocking him out before taking his scroll and departing. Kankuro and Temari, realizing that Ulquiorra had already left, found Gaara unconscious on the ground. They quickly took him to a safe place, astonished by how easily their brother had been defeated. Meanwhile, Ulquiorra was heading towards Sasuke and Sakura but felt a slight alarm upon noticing that Sakura's chakra was not alongside Sasuke's. He had been too absorbed in his conversation with Gaara to notice this. Increasing his pace, Ulquiorra used a sonito to appear right in front of Sasuke in the cave. His trained eyes had no trouble navigating the darkness, and he found Sasuke comfortably resting on a stone with a note beside him. The note read that Sakura had gone to fight, needing to overcome her feelings of inadequacy and become a real asset to Team Ulquiorra. Frowned slightly, knowing that Sakura was quite weak and that her absence posed a significant danger. Focusing, Ulquiorra searched for Sakura's chakra and sensed that it was quite agitated. He quickly took off in her direction. Meanwhile, Sakura was in a defensive stance, holding a kunai with superficial cuts on her face and arms. She maintained a serious expression, breathing deeply as she faced three boys who were smirking arrogantly at her. Just as she was about to launch an attack, Ulquiorra appeared behind her and calmly asked what she was doing. Sakura, focused on her enemies, did not even glance back. She responded with a tone that was slightly more authoritative than usual, confirming that she had read the note. This surprised Ulquiorra, but he proceeded to speak, warning her of the consequences if any of them were to die. However, Sakura remained unfazed by his words. Sakura declared that she would defeat the three boys and return to the cave. Ulquiorra raised his hand, pointing towards the trio, but was caught off guard when Sakura pushed his hand aside, redirecting his technique. Ulquiorra, with his typical tone, questioned whether she could see her current state, warning her that she would die if she did not let him help. Sakura, however, wore a slight victorious smile as she glanced at the three boys. She whispered just low enough for Ulquiorra to hear that they had fallen into her trap and that she would have won even without his arrival. In a surprising display, Sakura performed a single-hand seal and vanished, reappearing behind the genin with a shunshin. To Ulquiorra's astonishment, she swiftly incapacitated the three boys with her kunai. He was taken aback not only by her fighting skills but also by the lack of mercy she showed towards the boys who had once been so arrogant. For some reason, Sakura's feelings of inferiority had transformed into a ruthless determination. Ulquiorra turned to face her, noting that she was now covered in the aftermath of her actions, a strange, victorious smile on her face that hinted at a darker side. Ulquiorra approached Sakura, who had already put away her kunai. He walked slowly with his hands in his pockets, and when he stood before her he gently grasped the sleeve of her shirt and used a sonito to transport them back to the cave where Sasuke had just awakened. Sakura, momentarily confused by the sudden speed, took a few moments to register Sasuke's presence. Her expression shifted from a sadistic smile to one of joy upon seeing him. Sasuke, still groggy from sleep, looked at Sakura with concern, startled by the blood on her clothes. He asked if she was all right, his voice filled with worry. Sakura glanced at the blood and calmly replied that it wasn't hers, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Sasuke was taken aback and inquired about what had happened. Ulquiorra, observing the scene from behind them, stepped forward to explain to Sasuke what had transpired, leaving him even more astonished. A few minutes later, with both scrolls in hand, Team 7 set off towards the tower. Upon arriving at the tower, chaos reigned in the administrative room. The examiners, including Anko Mitarashi, were taken aback by the unfolding events. Thanks to the cameras, everyone was watching the room of ninjas who had completed the exam, and just a few minutes ago, Asuma's team Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino had arrived. Only half an hour had passed since the exam began, which meant they had broken all records for the Chunin exam times. The worst part was that, 10 minutes later, Kakashi's team Ulquiorra, Sasuke, and Sakura would also arrive at the tower. If it weren't for the fact that Asuma's team had somehow arrived first, Team 7 would have also shattered the records by a significant margin. It was simply impossible that these two teams had broken the mark by a 5-hour difference. However, Anko would replay the video and notice that Sasuke had a mark of 3 tomos on the back of his neck, which made her frown in intrigue, trying not to think about what she believed that mark could mean. She pondered the possibility of Orochimaru's involvement as she replayed the footage. Immediately after confirming the mark, she gathered a group of Anbu present in the room, and together they set out to search for Orochimaru. A few days later, in the preliminary combat hall, the second phase had concluded. The 9 rookies, along with several other ninjas, gathered in the room. Normally, at this stage of the exam, only 9 to 21 participants would remain. However, the recent events in the ninja world had caused unexpected complications. All the genin participating in the preliminary stage were present, alongside their jounin instructors, the presenter of the preliminaries, and the Hokage. After a brief moment of preparation, the Hokage began to explain the situation. He welcomed everyone to the preliminary stage of the Chunin exams, stating that he would quickly go over the details so they could start soon. He mentioned that due to escalating conflicts between villages, the Leaf Village had decided to collaborate with other villages for the Chunin exams and had increased the maximum number of participants significantly. Instead of the usual 21 or fewer, there were now 63 participants. This revelation surprised some of the genin, but they quickly refocused as the Hokage continued. He explained that the exam was being held earlier than usual, with only a week of preparation provided. The purpose of the exam was to reduce wars and battles between villages and to create a safer environment for all. The Hokage paused for a moment before elaborating that all participants were also fighting to elevate the prestige of their village and country. However, this time, things would be different. He glanced at the presenter, Kate, who knelt before him and turned to face the genin. Typically, the preliminaries consisted of one-on-one battles, but due to the unexpected number of genin who had advanced, the matches would be 3-on-3. The genin would be paired with others from allied villages or their own village. Hate, despite his serious expression, occasionally sneezed as he spoke. He explained that the genin would fight alongside those from allied villages against genin from conflicting villages. For instance, a genin from the leaf could be paired with one from the sand and face off against genin from the cloud or another village in conflict. He emphasized that this pairing was somewhat random and added that their lives here were of little value. Hayate then looked at Anko, who instructed to activate the panels. A large screen emerged from one of the walls of the expansive room. The preliminaries were about to begin, and everyone was urged to prepare. Ulquiorra listened intently to Hayate and Sarutobi, patiently awaiting his turn. The panel lit up, revealing the first 3 names: Sasuke Uchiha, Konoha, Rock Lee, Konoha, and Sabaku no Gaara, Sunagakure, versus Haruki Yuzuki, Kumogakure, Namiya Takashi, Kumogakure, and Kaida Himura, Iwagakure. The 6 participants stepped forward while the others moved to the stairs to watch the match. Sasuke, Rock, and Gaara formed a team that was likely to be the most challenging and least cooperative throughout the preliminaries. After a brief pause, the exam commenced, and all participants, including some jounin like Kakashi and Asuma, were taken aback by the speed of Rock Lee and Sasuke. Kakashi felt confused and surprised, as he did not recall Sasuke being this fast on previous missions. Gaara, on the other hand, passively defended against incoming attacks while observing Sasuke and Rock Lee in action. Both Sasuke and Rock Lee demonstrated impressive taijutsu skills, leaving their opponents with little chance in that regard. However, Namiya Takashi from the Cloud Village leaped back after narrowly blocking a strike from Sasuke. He unleashed a lightning technique, sending a wave of electricity from his hands. Although the attack seemed weak at first, Haruki quickly joined Namiya and launched water bullets at the lightning jutsu, enhancing its power and speed. Sasuke found himself unable to dodge, but Rock Lee grabbed his arm and swiftly pulled him out of harm's way. They believed the technique had ended, but it was merely a distraction, as Kaida Himura from the Rock Village launched a stone jutsu aimed at Sasuke and Rock Lee. Caught off guard by the speed of the attack, they had no time to evade. Gaara hesitated to assist, as he was indifferent to the fate of his teammates. However, he recalled a crucial rule of the exam. If a team member lost or was incapacitated, the entire team would be disqualified. Reluctantly, he summoned his sand to shield both Sasuke and Rock Lee from the incoming projectiles. Meanwhile, among the Jounins and other participants, Might Guy commented on the strength of Kakashi's team, noting how impressive Sasuke's speed was, despite the near miss moments ago. Kakashi acknowledged this, expressing concern about Gaara's unsettling presence. Guy sensed a dark aura surrounding Gaara but quickly shifted to a more positive tone, suggesting it was merely a sign of youthful passion and rebellion. Kakashi, however, cast a worried glance at Ulquiorra, who stood a few meters away, deep in thought. Ulquiorra observed the battle with keen interest, focused on Sasuke's development through his training. He noted that Sasuke was physically far superior to an average Chunin but still needed improvement in ninjutsu and chakra control. As for Rock Lee, Ulquiorra sensed that he was holding back, not revealing his full potential. Rock Lee was a beast in taijutsu, just as expected. Gaara had been quietly observing the fight, occasionally glancing up the stairs to fix his gaze on Ulquiorra, who seemed indifferent but was aware of Gaara's scrutiny. Gaara found himself particularly intrigued by Ulquiorra. He felt a deep curiosity about the hatred that emanated from him. It reminded him of the last feelings he had experienced before his demise as Naruto Uzumaki. Ulquiorra continued to watch the battle until he was interrupted by a girl beside him. She called out to him, unsure of his name. When he turned, he saw a girl with dark blue hair and pale skin, her white eyes reminiscent of Niji Hyuga's. Her long hair framed her face with two long strands on either side and straight bangs. She wore a faded pink hoodie with white sleeves that reached just above her elbows. Underneath, she had on chainmail that covered her neck down to her wrists, and she carried a katana in its sheath, secured by a button on her pants. The girl had a neutral expression and looked slightly up at Ulquiorra, who maintained his impassive gaze. Initially, Ulquiorra did not want to respond, but he recognized her from his past as Naruto, though her name eluded him. He asked what was happening, his tone as impassive as his expression. Normally, he would have added a dismissive term like human or woman, but he felt a strange familiarity with her. The girl scratched the back of her head, indicating her discomfort with the situation. She ventured to say that it was a bit strange to approach him this way, but she believed they had met before. Ulquiorra replied that he felt the same, yet he could not recall having seen her previously. His flat tone caused the girl to sweat drop in typical anime fashion, as he showed no emotion and spoke in a consistent voice. She introduced herself as Hinata Hyuga, attempting to break the silence. Upon hearing her name, Ulquiorra's eyes widened slightly, a reaction that would seem trivial to anyone else but was a significant surprise for him. He instantly remembered her as the girl he had saved from bullies during winter. Since that day, she had been one of the few individuals he trusted, someone who did not look at him with pure hatred. She was likely the only person he trusted who had not betrayed him. For some reason, his memory of her had faded, but now she was back. Ulquiorra returned to his typical expression and, to conceal his identity, claimed not to know her. He introduced himself as Ulquiorra Cifer, and then turned his attention back to the fight, with Hinata following suit. She pondered why they both felt they knew each other, noting that while she did not remember seeing him before, his chakra felt familiar, almost as if they had been friends. Ulquiorra responded with curiosity about the reason behind that feeling, which slightly irritated Hinata. She frowned and addressed him, stating that he did not need to call her Hyuga, as they were acquainted. He apologized, addressing her by her name. Ulquiorra was reluctant to continue the conversation, feeling that she was one of the few people on this planet who did not reject him and that they had shared a past. He sensed that revealing his identity could complicate things. They both resumed watching the fight until it concluded, with Sasuke, Rock Lee, and Gaara emerging victorious. A few minutes passed before the next participants were announced, and the panel began to call out names. Niji Hyuga, Shikamaru Nara, and Ulquiorra Cifer were set to face off against Sora Aizawa, Zaku Abumi, and Renji Tanaka. This time, it was 3 leaf ninjas against 3 sound ninjas. As the 6 participants descended, All the Jounin instructors grew serious upon seeing Ulquiorra participating in the second match. The Jounin instructors, along with the Hokage and Anko Mitarashi, were the only ones in the room aware that Ulquiorra had killed Danzo and Minato. They tensed at the prospect of Ulquiorra fighting, prepared to intervene if necessary, though it was not part of Sarutobi's plan. Once the 6 combatants faced each other, Height signaled the start of the battle. In this chapter, there was no extensive battle described, as the author had been busy. They planned to use their free time to prepare several chapters before returning to classes, acknowledging that they often felt too tired to write after school. The next chapter would be the final one before the finals, and it would contain an important message. Additionally, while the Jounin instructors were serious and practically on guard, the Hokage remained still with a serious expression, having specifically chosen the opponents for Ulquiorra. The Sound Ninjas appeared as young as 13 or 14, so if they donned genin attire or removed their Jounin vests, they could easily be mistaken for genins. Hiruzen had orchestrated this to test how easily Ulquiorra could defeat 3 Jounin who possessed significantly more power than average. As the fight began, all the fighters, including Ulquiorra's team, remained still, analyzing their enemies' expressions. The Jounin team, adversaries of Naruto, focused their attention on Ulquiorra, knowing they could handle Niji and Shikamaru. Niji activated his Byakugan, staying alert for any movement, noting that the chakra circulation of the enemy genin was calm and precise. She didn't seem agitated at all, which was quite unusual for genins, including him. Since it appeared that none of his teammates would initiate an attack, Niji decided to take the lead and charged at Sora from the opposing team. Niji stood before him, but Zaku and Rinji rushed in as a team, making it impossible for Niji to evade. With no other option, Niji activated the 8 trigrams technique, releasing a significant amount of chakra to halt their advance. They were quite surprised to see such a technique coming from a genin, and they were sent flying back at high speed. They managed to land on their feet, but were nearly caught by Shikamaru's shadow technique. The Jounins were being pressured by mere genins, which was unexpected. Ulquiorra, on the other hand, merely observed the fight with an impassive expression and his hands in his pockets. However, Niji seemed to have forgotten about Sora, who was waiting for Niji to deactivate his technique before launching an attack. Sora, under orders from the Hokage, wouldn't kill Niji but would deliver a strong blow that sent him crashing into one of the walls, causing cracks to form. The genins in the stands were impressed. Those not from the Leaf were cheering excitedly at the speed of the battle. Meanwhile, as Rinji and Zaku lunged at Shikamaru, he was caught due to his slower speed. Niji returned to the offensive, this time using the gentle fist technique, which was lethal regardless of the user. This forced the Jounins to leap away from Shikamaru, who got up and thanked Niji. The two now stood side by side, facing the enemy team. Sora moved a bit closer to Rinji and began to speak in low tones, just loud enough for their team to hear. He instructed Rinji to tell Zaku to handle Niji and Shikamaru while they focused on Ulquiorra, emphasizing that they needed to take this seriously. Rinji, with a serious expression, drew 2 kunais, one in each hand, while Sora pulled out a tanto, a shorter blade resembling a katana. Zaku, having overheard, also adopted a serious look. Niji and Shikamaru were slightly surprised to see their opponents finally draw their weapons, but they had no time to dwell on it as it was clear that the enemy was serious once again. Both Niji and Shikamaru were taken aback when Zaku suddenly appeared in front of them and delivered a powerful kick. If it hadn't been for Niji's instinctive block, both would have been knocked out. Even with the block, the force of the kick sent Niji several meters back, leaving him with minor injuries. Shikamaru attempted to counter with his kunai, but Zaku easily dodged. Meanwhile, Sora and Rinji stood about 15 meters away from Ulquiorra, maintaining serious expressions. Ulquiorra regarded them with his usual impassive demeanor, hands still in his pockets. Both Rinji and Sora understood that Ulquiorra was capable of defeating them, but under the Hokage's orders, they had to remain and fight, knowing that if Ulquiorra attacked seriously, their Jounin masters would intervene. The audience in the stands watched the three intently, sensing that things might end poorly. A tense silence enveloped the arena, broken only by the simultaneous attack of Sora and Rinji on Ulquiorra. Their assault with the Tanto and two kunais created a strong gust of wind upon impact with Ulquiorra's arm, generating sparks that surprised everyone present, as it was metal striking flesh. However, Sora and Rinji refused to be deterred by the surprise and continued their assault on Ulquiorra. He began to evade their attacks with remarkable ease, regardless of how quickly they moved. Ulquiorra hadn't even drawn his Zanpakuto and had returned his hands to his pockets. He soon noticed that despite his evasion, they kept coming at him relentlessly. In one of their attempts, he caught Sora's Tanto and broke it in half. Rinji pressed on with his attack. Ulquiorra taunted him, stating that his attacks barely grazed him and that he was merely creating false hopes. He called Rinji an insect unaware of its position. This moment of surprise caused Rinji to hesitate for a fraction of a second, which Ulquiorra exploited by delivering a swift kick. In less than a second, Rinji was sent flying into the stands, creating a large explosion and a cloud of dust. The Jounins looked on in shock, as none of them had seen Ulquiorra launch the kick, except for Kakashi, who had his Sharingan activated, and Might Guy, an expert in taijutsu. The Genins were even more confused, having only witnessed a massive explosion and the sound of impact. After a few seconds, Rinji could be seen struggling to rise, leaning on his knee. The upper half of his clothing had been completely torn away, revealing severe injuries across his torso. He breathed heavily as he attempted to stand. The Genins instinctively stepped back, watching him rise with difficulty and return to the arena. Sora charged at Ulquiorra again, this time with a kunai in hand, while his other arm pointed at Ulquiorra. This caught Ulquiorra off guard, as a powerful burst of pressurized air shot out from tubes implanted in Sora's arms, similar to Zaku's abilities. Ulquiorra managed to dodge, but the attack grazed his hair. Sora smiled slightly at this, but was soon taken by surprise when Ulquiorra appeared in front of him and swiftly cut his right forearm. Sora couldn't react to what had happened, his body was still processing the sudden loss of his arm. He stood in shock for a moment, but as his mind registered the pain, he screamed. Blood began to pour from his arm uncontrollably as he collapsed to the ground in agony. The only sound in the room was Sora's pained cry, leaving everyone present frozen in shock at the scene unfolding before them. Ulquiorra's ruthless grip as he restrained Sora had instilled a deep sense of fear among the onlookers. The more sensitive among them, like Sakura, covered their mouths in horror. Ulquiorra lifted Sora by the neck, raising him a few inches off the ground. Just as he was about to strike, he was interrupted. The four Jounin masters Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, and Might Guy along with Anko Mitarashi, Ibiki Marino, Heiate Gecko, and Ebisu Shinoda, had arrived. They aimed their weapons at Ulquiorra, targeting his neck, head, and the area where his heart should be, while Might Guy seized Ulquiorra's arm to halt him. Ulquiorra remained impassive, his gaze shifting to assess everyone present. He questioned the situation with a calm voice, demanding to know what was happening. Anko, her expression serious, ordered him to release the boy, stating that the fight was over. Despite her words, Ulquiorra continued to hold Sora, who was unconscious. He questioned why he should comply, recalling their earlier assertion that lives here held no value. In response, Anko pressed her kunai closer to his neck, warning him that refusal would lead to his banishment and elimination. Maintaining his calm demeanor, Ulquiorra eventually released Sora, who was gently caught by Kakashi and Might Guy before hitting the ground. The others kept their weapons trained on Ulquiorra, their tension palpable. Many were ready to strike, but Hiruzen intervened, signaling them to lower their weapons. The Jounins complied, relaxing slightly. Ulquiorra simply placed his hands in his pockets, while Zaku had ceased his attacks on Shikamaru and Niji moments earlier. After clearing his throat, Sarutobi announced that due to the circumstances of the fight, Ulquiorra's team, including Niji and Shikamaru, would be declared the winners, as they had caused the most damage to the opposing team. Ulquiorra began walking toward the stands, muttering about the waste of it all. Moments later, several medical ninjas arrived to assist Rinji and Sora, while Zaku also made his way to the stands. The battles continued, and the members of the winning team returned to their previous positions. The next match featured Sakura, Hinata, and Temari against Koana Hashizaki, Isamu Kurigane, and I Am Saito. The fight between the 3 genin from the leaf and sand against the 3 genin from the mist was fiercely contested. Temari and Hinata had trained extensively, while Sakura had been learning lethal moves by observing previous battles. Ultimately, the team from the leaf and sand emerged victorious. Kankuro, Choji, and Tenten faced off against Kaito Ishikawa, Amaya Fujimoto, and Hiroki Kagaya. The battle between the sand and leaf teams against the rock team was expected to be somewhat competitive. However, the rock team held the advantage as Kankuro was practically the only strong member of the leaf and sand team. The rock team was declared the winner. Shino, Kiba, and Ino confronted Reiko Yatsuki, Himari Kumogakure, and Akihiro Raijin. The leaf team faced the cloud team, which easily secured victory. The 3 members of the cloud team were chosen directly by the Reikage, coming from noble families in the village and having received high-quality training, making them significantly stronger than an average genin. After several more matches, the preliminary exams were concluded. All the winners were called to the center of the arena, standing side by side. The victors included Ulquiorra, Sakura, Hinata, Temari, Niji, Shikamaru, Sasuke, Gaara, and Rock Lee, along with a few other shinobi from different villages. Sarutobi stood before them, and with the ninjas from other villages, there were a total of 21 participants. He congratulated them on passing the preliminaries for the Chunin exams. The finals would take place in a month, where they would have to fight fiercely against their opponents in one-on-one battles. Hiruzen addressed the shinobi, stating that he, along with other shinobi leaders, feudal lords, the 4th Kazekage, and the 4th Reikage, would determine if they were capable of ascending to Chunin by analyzing their abilities in the fights. They would be given time to prepare, as the finals would likely be the toughest battles they had faced thus far. He then introduced their opponents. Ibiki, standing next to Hiruzen, displayed a chart with the names of each participant and their respective matchups. Ulquiorra Cifer faced Kazuki Hayashi. Sakura Haruno would fight Akihiro Raijin. Hinata Hyuga was set to battle Aiko Tanigawa. Temari was matched against Himari Kumogakure. Niji Hyuga would take on Rock Lee. Sasuke Uchiha was up against Sabaku no Gaara. Shikamaru was to face Mitsuko Arashiro. The other participants were members from other villages, whose names were not deemed necessary to mention. Excitement and anticipation filled the air as the mentioned participants looked forward to the finals, scheduled for a month later. After a few minutes, everyone was dismissed, and most went to rest after 5 continuous days of activity. Ulquiorra walked alone, as was his custom, leaving the tower where the preliminaries had just taken place, lost in thought. In a flashback, he recalled the moment when the Jounin had aimed their weapons at him, preventing the death of a boy. He noticed Kakashi's serious yet melancholic gaze. For a moment, Ulquiorra thought it was normal, given that Kakashi was pointing his weapon at his student, but he felt an inexplicable emotion he couldn't decipher. He continued to ponder the situation, reflecting on how he had seen Kakashi use the Sharingan and the others exerting considerable force. None had held back to stop him, and Kakashi had been watching him from the stands for some time. Ulquiorra sensed that something was being planned. Meanwhile, Sasuke congratulated Sakura for passing the preliminaries, surprised that she had managed to overcome the challenges of the Forest of Death. Sakura felt happy but not as elated as she had expected to be upon receiving Sasuke's praise. Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino were together, with Shikamaru trying to lift the spirits of his friends who had not passed the preliminaries. However, they were not too affected by the outcome and were pleased that Shikamaru had succeeded. A few minutes later, the trio found themselves on a rooftop, discussing the exam and other trivial matters. Shikamaru fell into thought, a state Choji and Ino had grown accustomed to, so they continued their conversation. Shikamaru thought about Ulquiorra, feeling an uneasy premonition that something bad was going to happen not just to him but to everyone. Hinata and Niji walked quietly toward the Hyuga complex. Breaking the silence, Niji mentioned that he had seen Hinata speaking with Ulquiorra before the fight. Hinata dismissed his concern, stating it was nothing. Niji warned her that Ulquiorra was dangerous and that she should not trust him too much, as her safety was paramount for the clan's future. This remark slightly irritated Hinata, who retorted that it didn't matter since neither he nor their elder cared for her. Niji was taken aback but could not respond as Hinata walked ahead. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro shared a quiet atmosphere, especially since Ulquiorra's words in the Forest of Death had left Gaara even more withdrawn and grumpy than usual. He often stared angrily at the sky while sitting alone on rooftops or in secluded spots, having spoken little to his siblings since that incident. 1 month later, the night before the finals approached, Kenshin Namikaze looked up as Ulquiorra called his name. Ulquiorra expressed that he believed they were somewhat like brothers. Kenshin was taken aback for a moment, unsure if Ulquiorra was trying to lift his spirits or making a joke, so he simply feigned a small smile. Really? Kenshin thought, still processing the unexpected sentiment. Ulquiorra, not understanding Kenshin's lack of surprise, continued speaking. He mentioned that he had a feeling they wouldn't see each other for a while, which truly startled Kenshin for 2 reasons: the notion of separation and the fact that it was the first time Ulquiorra had shown any concern or emotion. What? Was all that came to Kenshin's mind as he remained surprised. Ulquiorra maintained his indifferent expression and clarified that it was merely a feeling. He awaited a response, but Kenshin was still too shocked to speak. After a moment of silence, Ulquiorra turned and began walking toward the exit. Kenshin snapped back to reality a few seconds later and called out, "Hey! Where are you going?" He attempted to stand, but his condition made it difficult to run, leaving him to watch Ulquiorra leave. The following day, Ulquiorra walked toward the stadium. The streets were decorated and bustling with people, creating a colorful and lively atmosphere as the Chunin exams were being celebrated by the citizens. This festivity seemed to have calmed the population and quelled the social unrest caused by Minato's death. There were no longer people burning houses or businesses, nor were there protests. However, the area around the stadium was much more crowded. It was nearly impossible to walk without bumping into someone, which Ulquiorra wanted to avoid, so he used sound to navigate through the crowd and enter the stadium. Before stepping inside, he noticed the excessive number of shinobi around the walls and at the stadium entrance. He dismissed it, thinking it was merely to maintain order among the large crowd of civilians, although a small group of Anbu would have sufficed. As he walked down a corridor toward the stands, he noticed a significant amount of explosives, which raised his alertness. Why would there be explosives at a Chunin exam? Something felt off, but it could be that the village was aware of Orochimaru's infiltration. Ulquiorra continued walking until he reached the grandstands, where only a few people had gathered since the general public would be allowed in shortly. For now, only Genin, Jounin, Chunin, Anbu, the Hokage, and the preliminary winners were permitted entry. Ulquiorra scanned the area for his team and spotted Sasuke with Sakura, who was chatting with Ino, there to watch the matches. He approached them, and they greeted him with nods. Ulquiorra simply acknowledged them with a brief, "Hey," and pulled Sasuke aside to ask him something privately. Sasuke, a bit confused, followed. Once they were a little away from Ino and Sakura, Ulquiorra inquired about the large number of shinobi outside the stadium. Sasuke pondered the question and replied that he too had noticed the unusual number of shinobi present, suggesting it was more than just crowd control. Ulquiorra observed the stands and noticed Maigai and Kurenai standing alert, their chakra indicating they were on guard, though they appeared calm. He then spotted Kakashi and Asuma in a similar state. Sasuke speculated that the large gathering of ninjas might be precautionary, in case of an internal conflict. Ulquiorra confirmed his suspicion that something was indeed being planned and told Sasuke he could go back. Minutes later, the stadium was filled with civilians and guests. The preliminary winners were called to the center of the arena. In the Hokage's box, several guests were present, including the Kazekage, the Raikage, the Hokage, and a group of Anbu from each village protecting their respective kage. The winners stood in the center of the arena, taking in the crowd. Ulquiorra was lost in thought until the Hokage began to speak, bringing a great silence over the stadium. He thanked everyone for attending the Chunin selection exam in Konoha and announced that the matches would soon begin, encouraging everyone to enjoy the event until the end. After the Hokage's words, the audience erupted in excitement once more. In the Hokage's box, the atmosphere was notably quiet. The Kazekage remained reserved, while the Hokage and the Raikage exchanged only formal greetings, recalling the past tensions between their villages. The exam presenter, Hei Gecko, stood before the preliminary winners and briefly explained the rules. He stated that there were no rules in the combat. It would end when one participant was defeated or surrendered. If he deemed the fight decided before that, he would intervene. He made it clear he did not want complaints. The genin listened attentively as Hayate continued. He announced that one participant would not be fighting that day, resulting in some changes to the matchups. He revealed the new pairings with only 1 or 2 modifications. The first match will be Ulquiorra Cifer versus Kazuki Hayashi. You two stay here, the rest can return to the stands. The audience buzzed with even more excitement, as Kazuki Hayashi, the mysterious prodigy from the Sound Village, was rumored to possess strength nearly equal to that of a jounin. He effortlessly wielded water techniques and was skilled in kenjutsu. His skill in taijutsu was not the best, however his excellent ninjutsu supported him. The audience believed this would be a quick fight, but they anticipated a good display of water techniques. On the other hand, nothing was known about Ulquiorra. He was not from any clan, and there were no rumors about him. What no one knew was that the only people who had fought against him were no longer alive. In the Hokage booth, the Hokage wore a serious expression as he turned to look at the Raikage and the Kazekage. He instructed them to take what was about to happen as part of the show. Hiruzen removed his Hokage jacket, revealing his previously unseen black suit with gray shoulder armor, a glove on his right arm, and his helmet. The Kazekage and Raikage were surprised by this, but the Hokage continued speaking, asking them to stay and enjoy the fight that would commence in just a few moments. Ulquiorra stood several meters away from Kazuki, waiting for Hayate Gecko to start the match. Before the fight began, Ulquiorra glanced at the Jounin masters and the Anbu squads, who were armed and on guard. This alerted him, but Hayate began the countdown. As he reached 1, the first match was set to begin. Confident, Kazuki lunged forward, but in less than a fraction of a second, a massive curtain of smoke and dust rose before him. The audience fell silent, confused, only to reveal what had transpired moments later. Both the Jounin masters, the 50 Anbu, and the Hokage had appeared on the scene, all armed and ready, with the Hokage in his famous combat attire from the war. They all focused intently on Ulquiorra, who was taken aback and frowned at the sight. The audience remained silent until Hayate Gecko, standing in the center of the stands with a microphone and a serious expression, broke the tension. He spoke loudly enough for everyone to hear, addressing the people of Konoha and the guests. He announced that the Chunin matches had to be cancelled, as they had gathered to confront a truth that had remained hidden for the sake of the village. He revealed that Ulquiorra Cifer, the boy in the center of the arena, had risen against justice and order. His heinous actions included high-level crimes, such as the merciless murder of the former Hokage, Minato Namikaze. This revelation shocked the audience, leaving them in disbelief. Hayate continued, stating that Danzo Shimura, a significant figure in the village council, had also fallen victim to Ulquiorra, meeting a similarly cruel fate, as he was found decapitated in his organization's headquarters. Furthermore, many Anbu had perished at his hands. These words echoed throughout the stadium, resonating even more in the minds of those who knew Ulquiorra. While they sensed something was amiss, they struggled to accept what they had just heard. Among the most skeptical were Shikamaru, Hinata, and Sasuke, who were considered the closest to him. The Kages present observed the unfolding events with serious expressions, realizing that if this boy had indeed killed Minato, he was extraordinarily powerful. Before anyone could process this information, Might Guy appeared above Ulquiorra with inhuman speed, launching a kick that Ulquiorra barely managed to block. This surprised Ulquiorra, as he had not known a human could move so quickly. The force of the attack created a massive cloud of sand and dust, sending shockwaves that reached the stands. After a few moments, Might Guy was revealed standing 5 meters away from Ulquiorra, surrounded by a blue aura that appeared to be chakra. The air around him seemed to shimmer, as if it were being heated. He energetically declared that Ulquiorra was witnessing the seventh inner gate, the threshold before a young man like him would meet his end. Ulquiorra, maintaining his indifferent expression, was nonetheless astonished by Might Guy's speed. However, he had no time to think, as he had to draw his sword to block another attack from Might Guy. Might Guy moved with incredible speed, and Ulquiorra struggled to keep up with his movements. In one swift motion, Might Guy landed a kick to Ulquiorra's head, sending him crashing into one of the stadium walls, creating a significant impact and a hole that shook the entire arena. With confidence, Might Guy turned to Hiruzen, stating that this should have been the end. Hiruzen, surprised by the quick turn of events, remarked that he had expected Ulquiorra to last longer, suggesting that he had caught Minato off guard. Just then, Kakashi, who was in shock, activated his Sharingan and cried out that it was not over yet. Before Might Guy and Hiruzen could react, they suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping them. A dense, dark green mist enveloped the village, and drops of green rain began to fall everywhere. The pressure was so intense that even Hiruzen found himself immobilized for a few moments, while the only one able to move was Might Guy, who still had the seventh gate active. All the civilians in the stands fainted, leaving only the shinobi standing, though the weaker ones were on the verge of collapsing as well. Most of the genin fled in fear as soon as they could move, while only the newcomers of the year remained. Everyone was taken aback by Ulquiorra's new appearance. He had two enormous black wings resembling those of a bat, and his clothing had transformed into a long, form-fitting white tunic that clung to his body. His hair was longer, and the markings beneath his eyes were larger and triangular. As the commotion settled, Ulquiorra walked slowly forward, fixing his gaze on Might Guy. He expressed a desire to compare the first phase of his resurrection against the seventh gate, intrigued by the human's power. Might Guy prepared to charge, but Kakashi immediately intervened, warning him not to go alone. He cautioned that the power Ulquiorra possessed was beyond what a human could achieve and urged Might Guy to attack as a team. Might Guy was surprised by Kakashi's words, recognizing that Kakashi understood the potential of the 8 gates yet still advised caution. His astonishment grew even more when he noticed the Mangekyo Sharingan in Kakashi's eyes. Kurenai then announced her intention to prepare a technique she had been instructed to use, leaping onto the roof of one of the stands alongside Anko Mitarashi and a group of Anbu to begin their secret preparation. Meanwhile, Kakashi, Might Guy, Asuma, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the Anbu squads on site took defensive positions. Hiruzen called forth a summoning jutsu, and a monkey dressed in peculiar attire appeared, transforming into a large staff that Hiruzen grasped. Asuma covered his kunai with wind chakra, and the team of Kakashi, Might Guy, Asuma, and Hiruzen charged simultaneously in 4 different directions toward Ulquiorra. They were serious, hoping to land at least one hit in his new form. However, they were left in shock as Ulquiorra appeared several meters behind them. Kakashi caught only a brief glimpse of light before Ulquiorra shifted positions, moving with a speed that even he could not react to. When the team turned to face Ulquiorra again, he began to speak, questioning whether they thought they could strike him by attacking from different angles. He then vanished again, reappearing behind them at the same incredible speed, leaving Kakashi to attempt a genjutsu, only to find Ulquiorra's chakra too complex to manipulate. Ulquiorra declared that he could reach any place even before their human minds could comprehend it, fixing his gaze on Hiruzen Sarutobi, his current target, with no intention of harming the other 3. As he prepared to attack, Kakashi clenched his kunai tightly, barely managing to utter a "Y" that Ulquiorra almost didn't hear. Kakashi looked down, and when he raised his gaze again, his expression was filled with sorrow, as if he were on the verge of tears. He questioned Ulquiorra about his actions, seeking understanding. Ulquiorra responded, stating that he did not comprehend why Kakashi had become so attached to him in such a short time, but if he were to explain, it would be a long story. Hiruzen, angered by Ulquiorra's indifference, lunged at him with his staff, which radiated a concentrated amount of chakra, preventing Ulquiorra from using his iron skin to block it. Ulquiorra quickly conjured a lightning spear, skillfully blocking or dodging Hiruzen's attacks. However, Hiruzen left an opening, which Ulquiorra sought to exploit, only to be thwarted by a near kick from Might Guy that he had to evade. Their movements were so rapid that even the elite Anbu fighting Ulquiorra struggled to keep up. Kakashi and Asuma observed the battle from behind, and Kakashi spoke again, questioning Ulquiorra's earlier words about abandoning his companions. He asked if what Ulquiorra had said was a lie. Ulquiorra paused to listen, taking a moment before replying that he had been the one abandoned and that this was a form of revenge, but he had no intention of killing Kakashi. With a heavy heart but driven by duty, Kakashi attacked Ulquiorra with a Raikiri, briefly increasing his speed. The impact with Ulquiorra's sword created a powerful gust of wind, snapping the Anbu and others back to their senses. Ulquiorra raised his spear, seemingly ready to launch it, but it was ensnared by a water jutsu from some distant Anbu, which drew everything it touched. Despite Ulquiorra's strength, he could not move the spear, and 10 Anbu split into 2 groups to combine a wind and fire jutsu, creating a large and potent technique. However, just before it could strike, Ulquiorra unleashed his Ryatsu, effortlessly dispelling the attack and surprising the Anbu. He turned to the group, his typical gaze and tone conveying his disdain as he declared that weak, combined techniques like those were insufficient. If you all have to team up to attack me, and still can't land a single blow, that only makes you worthless. So perish. That would be the last thought of Ulquiorra before he appeared in the midst of the Anbu group, swiftly dispatching them with precise strikes, leaving no trace of his presence amidst the chaos. The Sarutobi team was taken aback, but they had no time to react. They had to fight. Asuma lunged once more at Ulquiorra, his kunai infused with chakra, confident in their durability as he aimed for Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra, however, effortlessly shattered the chakra-infused kunai with his lightning spear. He then moved the spear into Asuma's side, sending him crashing into a wall, pinned against it. The attack had nearly pierced his stomach, causing him to cough up blood and leaving him momentarily dazed from the impact. Ulquiorra turned his gaze toward Hiruzen, Asuma, and Might Guy, all of whom wore serious expressions in the face of Ulquiorra's clear superiority. He conjured another lightning spear, holding it in his hand, ready for the next attack. A large number of Anbu began to assault Ulquiorra, but he effortlessly dispatched them, severing limbs and incapacitating them with swift, decisive movements. In a matter of seconds, he had taken down about 15 Anbu, leaving only half of their original number standing. The sheer brutality, strength, and speed of Ulquiorra's attacks unsettled those watching from the stands, yet they remained resolute, waiting for an opportunity to act. Slowly, they began to realize they were outmatched. Suddenly, Ulquiorra was confronted by the unexpected arrival of Ibiki Marino, the leader of Konoha's torture and interrogation department. Accompanying him were 2 guards who radiated a strength surpassing that of elite Anbu, evident from the chakra they emitted. Ibiki, with his hands in his pockets and a serious yet confident demeanor, addressed Ulquiorra, acknowledging their previous encounter during the Chunin exams. Ulquiorra had been one of the few to answer questions correctly, and Ibiki had remembered him. "You seem confident, human," Ulquiorra remarked, turning his attention to Ibiki, who chuckled in response. "I have reasons to be. This will be the end of your attack, understand?" Ibiki stated, but he noticed that Ulquiorra's expression remained unchanged, showing no sign of doubt. It was unusual. Anyone else would have reacted in some way, yet this boy had seemingly resisted his psychological tactics. "I don't know what you mean, human, but don't think your arrival will change anything. You are nothing, not strong, not special. You are worthless," Ulquiorra declared just as his Anbu were about to execute a technique, only to be halted by Ibiki. "Not yet. The Kage are in the stands, and there are genin present," Ibiki instructed his Anbu, just before Ulquiorra appeared before him, moving his lightning spear through him. Ulquiorra believed he had finished the fight, but was taken aback when a massive metal cat enveloped him. Hiruzen, Might Guy, Kakashi, and the remaining Anbu seized the opportunity to strike. Hiruzen began to pummel the giant cat, deforming it to the point where anyone inside would be severely injured. Kakashi, using his Mangekyo, executed another Raikiri, targeting the chakra he sensed within the cat. He felt and heard the Raikiri impact and penetrate Ulquiorra's body, almost confirming his defeat. Might Guy leaped high into the air and delivered a powerful kick to the metal cat, crushing it completely. Blood seeped from the damaged sections, and moments later, the silence from within confirmed that Ulquiorra was defeated. Shikamaru, watching from the stands with a few companions, was in disbelief. He muttered to himself, struggling to process the situation. Despite Ulquiorra's past crimes against the village, he had once saved Shikamaru's life, and he felt conflicted. However, his confusion quickly turned to shock as he witnessed the metal cat explode into pieces, revealing Ulquiorra unharmed. Not even the kick or the blows had left a mark on him. His attire remained intact. Somehow, he had regenerated from all those attacks in less than 5 seconds. "Chow. We used all our power?" Hiruzen stammered, still on guard and in shock. "How? Did you really think you could defeat me with those techniques?" Ulquiorra replied, turning to face Hiruzen. "Did you not realize that I haven't even used any of my techniques this entire time? I haven't even tapped into my full power in this phase." His words sent shockwaves through everyone present, echoing throughout the stadium. They stood frozen, gripped by a mix of fear and desperation, questions swirling in their minds. Might Guy, fueled by anger, charged at Ulquiorra, but was met with a swift cut from his hip to shoulder, incapacitating him. Kakashi, still immobilized, was unable to evade 2 X-shaped cuts across his torso, causing him to fall to the ground. Asuma, barely recovering from his earlier attack, lunged at Ulquiorra, only to receive a deep cut on his shoulder, leaving him out of the fight. Hiruzen, witnessing the chaos unfold, remained in shock, paralyzed by the overwhelming power displayed before him. Ulquiorra had restrained himself against the others, as he did not plan to kill them. However, he had a reason to make Hiruzen suffer. It was the primary reason he despised this world. Hiruzen was the person he had trusted the most, and he had betrayed him in such a cruel manner. Now was the moment for Ulquiorra to make him suffer before ending his life with the same lack of mercy that Hiruzen had shown when Naruto, his former self, had died. Ulquiorra began to walk slowly towards Sarutobi, who was immobilized. As he approached, he was about to commence his torment when he was unexpectedly interrupted by someone who took Hiruzen and moved him several meters away. This person stood with their back turned, obscuring their face, but Ulquiorra could see their long white hair cascading just below their hips. They wore a green outfit with a red cloak adorned with 2 yellow circles and red sandals. A large scroll was secured at the lower part of their back. With an energetic tone, the person addressed Kurenai, asking if she was ready to perform the technique. They then looked up at the stands and received a nod of approval from Kurenai. Kurenai called forth the jutsu of the Radiant Emerald, and, alongside several Anbu who were providing her with chakra, a massive green barrier rose from the ground to what seemed like an infinite height. This barrier defined the boundaries of the combat arena, meaning no one could exit unless it was broken. Having observed the entire fight from the stands, Kurenai maintained a serious expression as she descended to the arena, positioning herself next to the person who had intervened. She addressed the man, who introduced himself as Jiraiya, with a respectful tone, stating her intention to take the bodies and allow the medical Anbu to enter for swift healing. Jiraiya finally turned to her, his expression revealing a hint of determination. He agreed, signaling that it was time to begin. The chapter concluded, leaving the possibility of writing several more chapters for the following weekend, as the author had been quite busy with classes starting on Monday. The true Jiraiya appeared behind Ulquiorra, wearing a confident smile. He noted that Ulquiorra had become overconfident, which cost him the fight. Ulquiorra found himself completely ensnared in Jiraiya's hair, unable to form a lance of lightning, with only his head visible. Despite his predicament, Ulquiorra maintained an indifferent gaze, even as he felt the pressure of the hair tightening around him. He scoffed at the technique, dismissing it as weak, yet he acknowledged that Jiraiya's skill had surprised him. Jiraiya, however, simply smiled, leaving Ulquiorra confused. Jiraiya then declared that this was not all he had planned to capture Ulquiorra. He performed a series of hand seals, drew blood from his finger, and placed it on the ground. 3 black ritual circles appeared beside him, followed by massive explosions of smoke. Moments later, 3 gigantic toads were summoned. Ulquiorra was internally surprised, though he maintained a slight frown outwardly. One toad had an aquamarine hue, another was magenta with black markings, and the last, positioned between the two, was a dull red with red lines across its body and a tongue with multiple piercings. Jiraiya stood before the middle toad, dwarfed by their size, but Ulquiorra had more pressing concerns than their stature. Jiraiya introduced the toads, Gamabunta, Gamakin, and Gamahiro, smiling as the wind generated by their massive forms rustled his clothes and hair. Suddenly, he felt a surge of heat from the hair ensnaring Ulquiorra, alerting him to the danger. Ulquiorra was preparing a Siro to launch at Jiraiya, intending to obliterate the three giant toads. Jiraiya, however, adopted a serious expression and warned Ulquiorra against that course of action. He explained that they were inside a barrier, which he knew to be nearly impossible to break, and that using such a powerful technique would result in their mutual demise. He paused before continuing, stating that even if Ulquiorra survived, the barrier would remain active, meaning he had already lost the battle. Just as Jiraiya seemed ready to elaborate further, Ulquiorra managed to break free from the hare's grip. He declared that this only meant he would have to defeat Jiraiya without using his Siro. In an instant, Ulquiorra appeared before Jiraiya, poised to deliver a kick to his head. However, Gamahiro intervened with his sword, striking at Ulquiorra just before the kick could land. Meanwhile, Jiraiya summoned two more toads to his shoulders and began gathering natural energy to enter Sage mode. The battle resumed, with Gamahiro lunging at Ulquiorra again, who blocked the attack. At that moment, Gamabunta unleashed a fireball jutsu, which Jiraiya ignited with a fire technique. The attack was directed at Ulquiorra, who was too preoccupied with blocking Gamahiro's sword to evade it. The fireball struck him, sending him crashing into the walls and dragging him along the ground, creating a cloud of sand and smoke. Gamakin stepped in, using his shield to block rapid and powerful strikes from Ulquiorra's lance. Jiraiya seized the opportunity to launch small fireballs at Ulquiorra. Though small, they were fast and destructive. Ulquiorra began to dodge the fireballs, momentarily forgetting about Gamakin and Gamahiro, who attempted to slice him from behind. He narrowly evaded their swords, but his lance was deflected by Jiraiya's hair. The battle remained evenly matched for several minutes. Ulquiorra could easily defeat them one by one, but the odds were against him, as it was 4 against 1, with 3 of them being giants taking up more space than he had. Moreover, he could not push back his opponents with strong attacks or use his Siro or lance, leaving him considerably weaker. Additionally, there were still some Anbu present, some of whom used their own bodies to shield Jiraiya from attacks. The 3 toads launched a coordinated attack, which Ulquiorra blocked, but the force sent him several meters back, allowing Jiraiya to prepare a seal against him. Suddenly, everyone was taken aback as the Kazekage, who had been observing from the Hokage's platform, leaped into the arena and blocked Ulquiorra's strike with a sword that seemed familiar to him. The blade narrowly missed Jiraiya's arm, prompting him to jump back a few meters. The Kazekage began to laugh maniacally, a sound Ulquiorra recognized well. He readied himself, but the Kazekage turned to face him, assuring him that for now he would only be his ally and that he hoped they would get along. In a grotesque display, the Kazekage peeled away his skin and facial covering, revealing himself to be Orochimaru. Ulquiorra, still on guard but maintaining his indifferent expression, remarked that it seemed the human understood he could not defeat him and warned Orochimaru not to interfere or he would also become a target. Orochimaru responded with his typical psychotic laughter before turning his attention back to Jiraiya, who was the most surprised in the arena. Just as Orochimaru prepared to attack, he was struck by a powerful punch from above, creating a massive explosion and strong gusts of wind. The force of the blow decapitated Orochimaru, and as his head landed, it expelled another Orochimaru from its mouth. The second Orochimaru was taken aback and somewhat angry, having been hit by an unknown assailant who nearly killed him. As the dust settled, the Raikage emerged, the one responsible for the blow, having removed his torso clothing to reveal a well-defined physique. He glared angrily at Orochimaru, exclaiming, "You!" The Kazekage expressed his frustration, pointing a finger at Orochimaru, who maintained a serious expression. The situation had shifted dramatically, as Orochimaru now found himself fighting alongside Ulquiorra against 5 formidable opponents: Jiraiya, the Raikage, and 3 powerful toads. The other Anbu members had either fallen in battle or were incapacitated. Meanwhile, in the stands, only Shikamaru, Hinata, and Sasuke remained. They had been watching the fight for some time, occasionally shielding themselves from the strong winds. Now, they were focused on the arrival of the infamous rogue ninja Orochimaru and the powerful Raikage. They could barely follow the movements in the arena, but everyone knew it was uncertain whether Konoha would emerge victorious, as both Orochimaru and Ulquiorra were extremely strong. Suddenly, they heard footsteps approaching from the corridors leading to the stands. A person was running, and with each passing moment, the sound grew closer. When the figure arrived, it revealed Kenshin, a civilian none of them recognized, in very poor condition. Shikamaru, concerned, tried to stop him, exclaiming that it was dangerous to be there. However, Kenshin pushed past him with difficulty and rushed toward the railing of the stands. He attempted to jump over but was blocked by an invisible barrier. The 3 genin moved closer to help him, but Kenshin raised his arm to signal them to stop. He shouted for them not to come any closer, his voice filled with anger. Shikamaru, Sasuke, and Hinata were confused and surprised, as they had no idea why he was there. He wasn't even a ninja. Kenshin insisted he didn't need their help and stood on his own, turning his back to the genin as he gazed at the arena. His eyes locked onto Ulquiorra, and unnoticed by the others, he shed a few tears. He spoke weakly, his voice trembling, acknowledging the rumors he had heard before coming there. He realized that Ulquiorra had indeed killed his father. The revelation stunned the genin, who quickly pieced together that Ulquiorra had killed both Danzo and Minato, and the only one known to have children was Minato. Therefore, Kenshin must be Minato's son. Kenshin's words about Ulquiorra were the tipping point. The boy knew Ulquiorra, and even with his indifferent demeanor, he had acknowledged him. The genin found it hard to believe, but their attention was quickly drawn to rapid movements within the stands. They turned to see a large number of sound shinobi, all on high alert. The commanding voice of one of the ninjas rang out, instructing everyone to channel chakra at the same intensity to break the barrier. The last thing the genin heard was the sound of 30 sound ninjas lining up, placing their hands on the barrier. It began to glow brightly and emit a loud noise before shattering into countless pieces. From the arena, Jiraiya watched as the barrier broke and saw dozens of sound ninjas leaping from the stands, charging toward them. They barely had time to react as the ninjas attacked both the toads and Jiraiya, along with the Raikage, who were left dodging in confusion. Meanwhile, Orochimaru approached Ulquiorra, who held a lightning spear in his right hand, still wary of Orochimaru. Orochimaru explained that what they were witnessing was the invasion of the sand and sound into Konoha. He mentioned that Gaara was also participating and that he would handle the 2 of them alongside his subordinates. Ulquiorra remained silent, observing Jiraiya and the Raikage as they struggled against the onslaught of jutsus and weapons being thrown at them. It seemed that Orochimaru had no intention of fighting Ulquiorra at that moment and was truthful about his plans to confront the Raikage and Jiraiya. Orochimaru then asked Ulquiorra what he intended to do. Ulquiorra, with a serious expression, declared his intention to desert and reshape the world through destruction, stating he would no longer remain within the villages but would pursue his goal alone. Orochimaru chuckled, intrigued by Ulquiorra's resolve, expressing hope that they would meet again in the future to finish their fight. Just as Orochimaru prepared to attack, they were both taken by surprise as a group of jounin appeared before them, led by Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi and Anko Mitarashi. The previous fighters against Ulquiorra appeared uninjured, as they had been healed. Hiruzen confronted Orochimaru, revealing that he had known from the start that Orochimaru was the Kazekage. Orochimaru, losing his smile, acknowledged Hiruzen's presence, questioning why he was still fighting there. Hiruzen explained that the Leaf Shinobi had formed a temporary truce with the invited Cloud Shinobi, so they were not concerned about that. Hiruzen prepared to attack Orochimaru, stating that he thought they would have more of an advantage. Orochimaru, realizing it would be a long battle, told Ulquiorra to do what he needed to do as he charged at Hiruzen and his team. Ulquiorra lingered for a moment before taking flight, escaping the barrier. The Sarutobi team expected Ulquiorra and Orochimaru to fight together, but they were surprised by Ulquiorra's departure. Kurenai and Anko attempted to follow him, but Hiruzen stopped them, emphasizing that their skills were needed on the battlefield. Using his Enma and powers, he could counter Orochimaru. However, they couldn't let him escape, so Kakashi and Might Guy would pursue him. Both Kakashi and Guy paused their fight, acknowledging the order before quickly running out of the arena. In the stands, Kenshin noticed this and realized he had a chance to speak with Ulquiorra, who had stepped outside the barrier and away from the battlefield. He dashed off, leaving the Genins momentarily frozen, contemplating whether to follow him. Shikamaru, with a serious tone, urged them not to stay put, expressing his frustration at the idea of letting a civilian slip away to danger. He had questions for Ulquiorra and decided to chase after Kenshin. Hesitant, Sasuke and Hinata exchanged glances but ultimately chose to follow him, not wanting to leave him alone. Thus, Kenshin, Shikamaru, Hinata, and Sasuke stealthily trailed Ulquiorra. Meanwhile, Ulquiorra soared about 200 meters above, surveying the destruction in the village. Hundreds of homes, businesses, and buildings lay in ruins, with battles raging everywhere and signs of conflict evident in the bloodshed scattered across the area. Civilians were being attacked by members of the Sound, and many bodies littered the streets. Hovering near the village center, Ulquiorra suddenly had to dodge a fireball shot from below. Looking down, he saw a group of Anbu attempting to intercept him. Their attacks were too slow to reach him. He reflected on the situation, noting the lack of capable defenders in what was supposed to be the most powerful village. 4 years had passed since Naruto Uzumaki's death, and he couldn't leave without causing chaos after they had created a celebration for his demise. As he began to descend slowly, the Anbu, though frightened, continued their assault. Upon landing, the small group of Anbu gathered their courage and took a defensive stance. The one in the center drew his katana, but before he could react, Ulquiorra appeared before him, creating a hole in his chest and splattering blood onto his comrades. By the time they reacted, their companion was already lifeless, but they pressed on with their attacks. The one on the left lunged with a kunai, only for Ulquiorra to block it with his bare hand, causing the kunai to ricochet and strike the Anbu in the forehead. From behind, another attempted to slice Ulquiorra's neck, but the blade merely sparked against his skin. In response, he delivered a kick that sent the upper body flying while the legs collapsed to the ground. Ulquiorra surveyed the 3 fallen bodies and the desolate city center, which was usually bustling with life, now eerily empty. The village had seemingly evacuated, but the rapid assault had left many civilians and ninjas dead on the ground. From his vantage point, he could see the Hokage Tower and the monuments, symbols of Konoha's greatness. To humiliate the village, he needed to destroy them. He positioned his hands to form a triangle, then separated them, declaring, "Spear of Lightning." A projectile resembling a spear, with green flames, formed at his chest level. With this, he intended to obliterate the office area, the monuments, and the mountain behind them. Just as he prepared to launch it, a familiar voice called out to him. "Ulquiorra, don't do it." Kakashi, running toward him, caught Ulquiorra's attention. He turned, his expression indifferent, still holding the lightning spear. Accompanied by Might Guy, both were on guard, with Guy maintaining the 7th gate and Kakashi ready with his Mangekyo. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment, the distant sounds of battle echoing around them. Ulquiorra questioned why he should heed Kakashi's warning, still gripping the spear. Kakashi, visibly agitated, shouted that he could sense the energy radiating from the technique, warning that its use would harm innocent lives. Ulquiorra, unfazed, retorted that he cared little for the lives of those he deemed worthless. He noted that Kakashi should be grateful he hadn't killed him yet. This revelation surprised both Kakashi and Guy, as Ulquiorra could have easily done so before. Kakashi countered, asserting that Ulquiorra was the one responsible for the deaths around them, the sole culprit in this chaos. Ulquiorra frowned slightly at Kakashi's accusation, surprising both Might Guy and Kakashi. He remarked that Kakashi seemed to speak without understanding the full context, but he would explain everything since they were both destined to die. Ulquiorra began to walk slowly toward them, prompting Kakashi and Might Guy to ready themselves for an attack. Before Ulquiorra could close the distance, Kakashi and Might Guy lunged at him, determined to prevent him from catching them off guard. Ulquiorra began to use his lightning spear to effortlessly block the incoming attacks. As both Kakashi and Might Guy attempted to strike him, Ulquiorra remained perfectly still, easily deflecting their blows. However, he soon began to speak, stating that he would start with the basics. He deactivated his lightning spear and began to block with just his hands, prompting Kakashi and Might Guy to try even harder, but their efforts were in vain. Ulquiorra revealed that he was not the person they saw before them. As Kakashi lunged at him with a kunai, he was momentarily taken aback by Ulquiorra's words. In that instant of surprise, Ulquiorra seized the kunai and struck Kakashi in the stomach, causing him to fall to his knees. Meanwhile, Might Guy attempted to land a kick from behind, but Ulquiorra effortlessly caught his leg without even turning around. He then declared that his name was Naruto Uzumaki. Both Kakashi and Might Guy were stunned, their attacks halted by disbelief. Might Guy exclaimed that it was impossible, while Kakashi asked what he meant, struggling to comprehend the revelation that Ulquiorra was Naruto. The notion was bewildering, especially in the midst of battle. Might Guy, still confused, recalled that Naruto had died 4 years ago. He managed to free himself from Ulquiorra's grip, as the latter released him. Now positioned in front of Ulquiorra, both Kakashi and Might Guy prepared to counter, but they were frozen in shock by the unexpected revelation. Ulquiorra corrected them, stating that they were mistaken. With an impassive gaze, he reached toward his left eye and effortlessly removed it. He crushed the eye in his hand, leaving Kakashi and Might Guy in astonishment. From the shattered eye, a shimmering green powder emerged, swirling toward them and entering a nearby alley. Believing it to be some form of poison, Kakashi and Might Guy attempted to evade it, but it reached them faster than they anticipated, causing them to inhale it. They braced for defeat, but as seconds passed, their expressions shifted to one of surprise. Ulquiorra's technique, Solita Vista, revealed his memories to them. As they inhaled the powder, Kakashi and Might Guy experienced a rapid succession of memories from Naruto's life, his childhood hardships, the times he was left near death, and ultimately his demise. The speed at which they witnessed these memories felt like days, even though only a few seconds had passed in reality. They saw Ulquiorra's transformation into a hollow and later into an espada, culminating in his battle with Ichigo Kurosaki. When the memories concluded, both Might Guy and Kakashi collapsed to their knees, overwhelmed by exhaustion and shock. Although they felt as if they had experienced weeks of memories, their bodies recognized that it had all occurred in less than 10 seconds. The flood of information and emotions left them speechless. Ulquiorra approached Kakashi, who was still kneeling and staring at the ground, unable to move. Kakashi stammered that it was impossible, struggling to process everything he had seen. He managed to apologize, his voice trembling. Ulquiorra observed the scene with his typical indifference, slowly raising his finger to point at Kakashi's head. Might Guy remained in shock, unable to utter a word. Ulquiorra stated that he had no real reason to kill Kakashi, but he had seen too much. He had nothing against him, yet he was preparing to unleash a powerful attack. Meanwhile, with Shikamaru's team, Sasuke was at the forefront alongside Shikamaru, using his Sharingan to track the chakra signatures of Kakashi and Might Guy. They were running swiftly, with Kenshin being carried on Hinata's back. Suddenly, Sasuke's expression turned serious, prompting Shikamaru to inquire about it. Sasuke informed the team that the battle had already begun and they needed to hurry. The group became serious and quickened their pace. After a few minutes, they were nearing the location, and Shikamaru suggested they surround the combat area and take cover in an alley behind Kakashi and Might Guy, as they were unsure of Ulquiorra's capabilities. They followed his lead and positioned themselves in an alley just a few meters away from the two Jounins. However, confusion washed over them as they noticed the sudden silence. There were no sounds of battle. As they moved closer to the alley's exit, they quickly realized why. The powder from Ulquiorra's eye had reached them, and they too were caught in the technique. As seconds felt like months, everyone except Kenshin fell to their knees, overwhelmed. Kenshin, still in shock, remained standing, his body responding despite the emotional turmoil. He whispered to himself, grappling with the realization that Ulquiorra was his older brother, the one who had cared for him in his childhood, yet had also killed their father. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he wrestled with feelings of sadness, confusion, loss, and guilt. Kenshin vaguely remembered that Naruto was his older brother, who used to take care of him every day and protect him from their parents. Both Minato and Kushina abused them both physically and verbally, even little Kenshin, who, due to his age, did not understand why this was happening. One day, Naruto simply did not return home, and Kenshin never saw him again. From that day on, his nightmare began, as Naruto bore all the hatred from their parents alone, trying to shield Kenshin from it. Minato and Kushina began to see Kenshin as another target for their disdain, believing that the spirit of the Nine Tails had passed into Kenshin due to his close bond with Naruto. Consequently, they neglected him, and at one point, neither Minato nor Kushina cared for him at all, leaving him to fend for himself. However, as time passed, Kenshin started to make a living as an information courier. He got into trouble daily, infiltrating meetings of important people or those acting in secrecy to provide information to various parties. Because he was just a child when he was caught, they merely assumed he was lost, so they would give him a light beating and let him go. Kenshin managed to survive this way, but deep down he had a goal: to discover why his brother had died. To achieve this, he took an illegal loan from Danzo's Root organization to pay an infiltrating ninja to seek out secret information regarding his brother's death. However, this ninja turned out to be an Anbu from Root, and along with another Anbu, they attacked Kenshin in an alley, leaving him on the brink of death. It was then that Ulquiorra appeared and saved his life. Ulquiorra was about to fire a shot and paused for a few seconds, staring at Kakashi, who remained motionless. He asked Kakashi if he had any last words, but Kakashi could not respond due to his condition. Seeing this, Ulquiorra decided to end Kakashi's suffering. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, he was surprised by someone stepping in front of him, attempting to block the attack. Ulquiorra was taken aback, and his expression revealed his shock as he saw Kenshin Namikaze standing there, tears streaming down his face. He found it impossible to comprehend the situation. Rapidly, he stopped the bullet from hitting his younger brother. He had dozens of questions swirling in his mind. How had Kenshin arrived there? Had the dust from his eyes reached him? Did he already know the entire story? For the first time since becoming Ulquiorra Cifer, he was at a loss for words due to his astonishment. Kenshin, with tears flowing down his cheeks, pleaded with his brother to stop fighting. He expressed his frustration, questioning why Ulquiorra had not simply told him everything from the start. The mere fact that Kenshin called him brother touched Ulquiorra's heart, something he never thought would happen. He had never known if he could feel emotions like that. Unable to hold back any longer, Kenshin's tears flowed like uncontrollable torrents, and without thinking, he threw himself at Ulquiorra, embracing him tightly, seeking refuge in his brother's presence. Ulquiorra, confused by the situation, found himself unsure of how to react. Yet, with the faint humanity he possessed, he returned the embrace, holding Kenshin gently but warmly, ensuring he did not fall apart. Ulquiorra remained silent, feeling a sense of guilt as he watched his brother cry on his shoulder. As the minutes passed, Kenshin gently pulled away from Ulquiorra's shoulder and looked into his brother's eyes, which, while maintaining their usual expression, now reflected a hint of guilt and understanding. Kenshin wiped away the remaining tears from his eyes and asked Ulquiorra what he would do next. Ulquiorra, with his typical tone, stated that he was not entirely sure about leaving them alive since they already knew what had happened. Kenshin clarified that he was not referring to that. He wanted to know what Ulquiorra would do moving forward, where he would go, especially since he had not completed his mission. Ulquiorra gazed at the sky, which revealed clouds and the bright sun of that day. He admitted that he wanted to rest but also did not want to lose Kenshin. Kenshin smiled widely at his brother's words, asking if that meant they would not be separated again. Ulquiorra, hearing this, allowed a small, closed-lip smile to form, though Kenshin could not see it as Ulquiorra looked upward. He promised that they would not part ways again. However, just then, a figure seized Kenshin by the neck, pulling him a few meters away from Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra turned to see the Hokage and Jiraiya standing there. The Hokage had lifted Kenshin off the ground, looking at Ulquiorra while holding Kenshin as a hostage. The Hokage stated that it seemed he and the boy had a close relationship. To make things easier, he demanded that Ulquiorra surrender, assuring him that they would not harm Kenshin. Jiraiya stood beside the Hokage, maintaining a serious expression, while the Hokage was enveloped in an electric chakra, his torso bare except for his pants. Ulquiorra sensed that Orochimaru's chakra was slowly fading in the area, indicating that he had been defeated. Regaining his composure, Ulquiorra responded to the Hokage's comment, offering them a chance to let Kenshin go and for him to leave with his brother. "Chico, you have enough pride to say that. You couldn't defeat me before. What makes you think things will change now that we are two?" Jiraiya stood confidently beside the Hokage, a smile on his face. "Both of you had the audacity to take the boy, who has nothing to do with this, just to make me surrender. I will show you the true meaning of despair," Ulquiorra declared, as the wind around him began to stir violently. Both the Hokage and Jiraiya became serious, and the Hokage set Kenshin down next to Kakashi, who was just starting to rise alongside Might Guy. In the alley, the younger ninjas were in shock, but they had been listening to everything that had happened and had a clear idea of what was going on. Just like Kakashi and Might Guy, they were also regaining their composure and getting back on their feet. Kakashi saw the backs of Jiraiya and the Hokage as the latter carelessly tossed Kenshin's body, causing the boy to cry out in pain. Kakashi could feel the strange energy emanating from Ulquiorra begin to accumulate as the wind whipped violently around him, tugging at his clothes and hair. Kakashi and Might Guy finally stood up, and Kakashi glanced at the Hokage. The Hokage instructed that Kenshin be taken to a place where he could be interrogated later, far from where the boy could come looking for him. Kakashi nodded and took hold of Kenshin, who was struggling to break free. Just as they were about to leave, they were surprised when Hinata, Shikamaru, and Sasuke confronted them, pointing their kunai at both of them. "What are you doing?" Kakashi exclaimed, jumping back to create distance. Shikamaru, standing in front of the trio, wore a serious expression. "This is really a nuisance. But I never understood why that boy Naruto died and why he was hated so much. Now that I know everything, I can't help but feel disgusted by the government of this village," Shikamaru said, pausing for a moment before getting into an attacking stance. "I believe I speak for all three of us when I say that, although this is a hassle, I am currently on Ulquiorra's side. After all, he was the only innocent one who suffered for no reason." With that he, along with Hinata and Sasuke, charged at Guy and Kakashi, who were taken aback by their words. Meanwhile, Ulquiorra, the Hokage, and Jiraiya were preparing for a confrontation. Ulquiorra declared that he would show them despair and the consequences of their actions, invoking a powerful transformation. A heavy pressure enveloped everyone present, immobilizing them. A dark energy with green flashes began to surround Ulquiorra, strong enough to cause the surrounding buildings to tremble and crumble, shaking the entire village. While Kakashi and Might Guy struggled to breathe, the younger ninjas were on the verge of fainting. The only ones still standing were Jiraiya and the Hokage, both frozen in place. Ulquiorra's appearance changed dramatically, sending chills down the spines of Jiraiya and the Hokage just by being near him. His cloak vanished, revealing a slender torso, and his mask was replaced by two enormous horns protruding from his head. His limbs were covered in black fur, and his feet took on an animal-like appearance, ending in sharp claws. A long, thin tail with fur at the end also appeared. Strange markings emerged on his torso and back, resembling liquid spilling from his hollow hole. The markings on his cheeks evolved, and additional vertical lines appeared above his eyes. The whites of Ulquiorra's eyes turned completely green, and the lines beneath them widened. His hollow hole grew larger, surrounding his chest, and the tattoo representing the fourth sword vanished. As the transformation settled, both Jiraiya and the Hokage sensed a significant change in Ulquiorra's power. Kakashi, with his Mangekyo activated, watched in shock as Ulquiorra's energy multiplied several times, now more demonic than before. However, he had no time to react, as Ulquiorra swiftly seized Jiraiya and the Hokage by their necks and took off into the sky. Ulquiorra flew at low altitude but at supersonic speed, dragging both the Hokage and Jiraiya along the ground. Without warning, he shot upward, reaching several kilometers in height within seconds. Kakashi, watching in disbelief from the ground, could only see Ulquiorra's form ascending, now about 10 kilometers up. He's no longer human. He's on another plane, Kakashi muttered to himself, while Might Guy looked up at the sky, witnessing the clouds parting violently as Ulquiorra passed through them. The younger ninjas began their attack. Ulquiorra's grip was so powerful that blood escaped from the mouths of both the Hokage and Jiraiya as he tightened his hold. Once they reached a great height, he released them and began his assault. The Hokage, despite his electric chakra enveloping him, struggled to keep up with Ulquiorra's movements, receiving powerful punches that created massive gusts of wind and tremors in the ground. Ulquiorra left the Hokage momentarily and quickly flew toward Jiraiya, who was attempting to summon a toad to cushion his fall. However, Ulquiorra appeared beneath him in an instant, delivering a powerful kick that sent Jiraiya soaring even higher. Jiraiya thought it was over, but Ulquiorra reappeared above him, delivering another kick that broke several ribs and sent him plummeting downward. As Jiraiya fell, Ulquiorra flew beside him, and just before he hit the ground, Ulquiorra struck him again, amplifying the force of the impact. Jiraiya crashed into the earth, and due to the direction of Ulquiorra's blow, he destroyed hundreds of houses and buildings in a straight line, creating massive explosions in his wake. The Hokage had just fallen from the sky, but thanks to his chakra shield he survived the fall, creating a large crater around him. As he regained his composure, with his left arm broken and severe injuries covering his body, he had no time to complain and focused on locating Ulquiorra, who was about 15 meters above him, quite far from the Hokage. Ulquiorra, noticing that the Hokage had fallen, began to unleash a rapid barrage of energy blasts toward him. The Hokage struggled to dodge as he ran to the left, while the blasts struck the village, causing significant destruction and leaving more victims in their wake. From Ulquiorra's perspective, he tracked the Hokage, who was approximately 300 meters away, easily locating him due to his electric chakra, which was impossible to conceal. Ulquiorra had taken precautions to avoid targeting the Genins and Kenshin. The Hokage quickly moved toward the Hokage monument, realizing that fighting Ulquiorra was already a significant challenge. If he somehow survived this battle, the consequences of the destruction of Konoha would be even worse. Wrapped in his chakra, he reached the top of the monument in about 30 seconds. Once there, he surveyed the devastation caused by Ulquiorra and attempted to pinpoint his location. Suddenly, he spotted a glowing green point in the distance. Though he couldn't clearly identify it, he suspected it was Ulquiorra. With Ulquiorra, he sensed the Hokage's chakra and began preparing an attack. He had intended to do this from the start, but Hatake had interrupted him. Now, with his power at its peak in his second stage, he believed it was the right moment. Ulquiorra formed a triangular shape with his hands and then separated them, declaring, "Spear of Lightning." A projectile resembling a spear with flaming green tips materialized at his chest level. He launched the attack, which sped toward the monuments. However, Ulquiorra missed his target, and the spear flew far behind the mountain. From the Hokage's point of view, he watched in shock as the spear, traveling at a speed he could not evade, soared overhead and was launched several kilometers away. Confused, he muttered to himself, questioning the failure of the attack. He turned to see the spear in the distance, initially believing it posed no threat. However, upon impact, it created a momentary silence before unleashing an explosion so immense that it made the sky appear small. The explosion reached a height of approximately 4.8 kilometers, dwarfing the mountains around it, which looked like insignificant mounds of earth. Even from 2 kilometers away, the Hokage could see the colossal blast. In an instant, the shockwave began to obliterate the surrounding mountains, and everything within the fireball of the explosion, which had a diameter of about 1.22 kilometers, was completely vaporized. Within 10 seconds, massive amounts of earth, dust, and smoke surged toward the Hokage mountains. The Hokage, regaining his senses, managed to destroy a portion of a mountain that had been sent flying, but as it broke apart, it was directed toward Konoha, resulting in a significant explosion. Not only that, but most of the mountain fragments fell into Konoha, causing even more chaos and destruction than the battle itself. The smoke engulfed the mountain, quickly reaching the summit, forcing the Raikage to shield his head with his arms and concentrate chakra into the ground to avoid being swept away. However, due to the overwhelming amount of debris impacting the monument mountains, part of them collapsed, causing the monuments of the 3rd and 4th Hokage to fall onto the village, resulting in massive explosions and completely crushing the Hokage office. The Raikage was propelled away at high speed and was instantly crushed by the falling monuments. With Ulquiorra, he floated, observing the aftermath. As seconds passed and he confirmed that the Raikage's chakra had completely faded, he shifted his focus to Jiraiya, who was also slowly losing his life. He thought to himself that it was enough. Slowly descending, he appeared where the Genins, Kenshin, Kakashi, and Might Guy lay. The sky darkened, and rain began to fall as Ulquiorra walked toward them, only to find Kakashi and Might Guy unconscious on the ground. In a flashback, the battle between the Genins and Jounins had begun. The Jounins, reluctant to fight the Genins, found themselves facing serious opponents. Kakashi and Might Guy focused on blocking their attacks, but the Genins gained the upper hand. Exhausted from their earlier battles, Kakashi and Might Guy struggled to keep up and ultimately succumbed to their efforts, both collapsing from the strain of their techniques. Returning to the present, Ulquiorra gazed at the unconscious bodies of each fighter. The rain soaked them and him as he remained still, contemplating their efforts. He recognized their bravery in standing against the village. He thought about leaving them behind, knowing they might be harmed or imprisoned. He decided to repay their bravery. His gaze fell on Kenshin, who was also unconscious on the ground. He resolved to take him with him. He addressed the Jounins, stating that he would not kill them but would leave them alive so that everyone would know that the world they knew as the ninja world was about to change, and not for the better. Ulquiorra approached the Genins and Kenshin, and with a sound, transported the Genins to a cave several dozen kilometers from Konoha. He then took Kenshin to a forest even farther away, in the northeastern part of the Land of Clouds, over 500 kilometers from Konoha. The story concluded here, marking the end of this chapter. While it may not be the final conclusion, the author hinted at the possibility of a future continuation or a new season, though their current commitments made it challenging to write more chapters. This Friday, the author took the opportunity to finish writing this chapter since there were no classes. They expressed gratitude for the support received and hoped readers enjoyed the story. The chapter broke the word count record with 8,305 words, reflecting the time and effort invested in it. Before continuing with this story, the author considered starting another crossover between Bleach and Naruto. They had a unique story idea in mind but were uncertain about sharing it due to the lack of support on Wattpad. However, they were open to feedback from readers regarding interest in the new story. The author felt immense happiness seeing the number of votes each chapter received and looked forward to connecting with readers again in the future. Ulquiorra walked alone down a dark, deserted street when a thought crossed his mind. He hadn't seen Kenshin since Minato's passing. He decided he should speak with him one last time, just in case he had to leave. Ulquiorra began to float, making his way toward the Namake's mansion. He wasn't flying quickly, so it took him several minutes to arrive. Upon reaching the mansion, he landed in the garden, a place that brought back memories of when he had infiltrated it and later had to confront Minato. Ulquiorra walked toward the main door. To avoid startling anyone, he knocked and waited patiently for a few seconds. However, he received no response, despite sensing Kenshin's chakra inside. With a simple sound, Ulquiorra passed through the door and headed toward where he sensed Kenshin. The more he walked, the more he noticed the luxury and detail of the house. It was small compared to the castle of Las Noches, but it was quite spacious by human standards. He wandered through several hallways until he found a staircase, which he ascended. A little further, he discovered a room labeled Kenshin, feeling the chakra emanating from within. Entering without knocking, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The room was quite messy and worn, with an old bed and a desk made of rotting wood. His gaze landed on Kenshin, who lay on the bed, looking pale and slightly thinner than the last time Ulquiorra had seen him. Kenshin, who had been staring at the ceiling before Ulquiorra entered, was surprised to see him but lacked the energy to express much excitement. Ulquiorra approached the bed and stood beside it, his expression as impassive as ever, hands tucked into his pockets. He remarked on Kenshin's state, which elicited a faint chuckle from him. Kenshin sat up on the edge of the bed, pulling the sheets off. He greeted Ulquiorra with a hint of humor, though he noted that he hadn't given him permission to enter. Ulquiorra questioned why Kenshin was in such a state despite living in the mansion. His bluntness might have angered anyone else, but Kenshin had grown accustomed to it, especially since Ulquiorra had saved his life before. Though he didn't show it, he felt deep gratitude. Kenshin replied that it was a long story and preferred not to discuss it, looking down with a somewhat sad expression. Ulquiorra recognized that it might be a sensitive topic for him and chose not to press further, shifting the conversation to other matters. Meanwhile, Ulquiorra observed Jiraiya, maintaining his usual expression. He commented on the arrival of yet another human, noting that they often believed that even a slight display of strength could change the course of events. Jiraiya, serious in demeanor, acknowledged Ulquiorra's strength but warned him that he was the former master of Minato Namikaze and had to take action. He assured Ulquiorra that it was nothing personal. Before Ulquiorra could react, Jiraiya lunged at him in an open stance, which disappointed Ulquiorra, who had expected a stronger opponent. With ease, Ulquiorra pierced Jiraiya with his lightning spear, causing him to expel a small amount of blood. He expressed his disappointment, attempting to withdraw the spear. However, he was caught off guard when Jiraiya smiled faintly, revealing himself to be a clone. Ulquiorra tried to leap back several meters, but Jiraiya used his technique, Wild Lion's Mane, to ensnare him.